Abashorize musenta baba person na yakuma ajire tumbatire kushana Noze kujakira tuko kutwara ruwa Agora como vamos se no acabaron no vamos
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's sitting. We shall be handling all matters of national importance during PM's time. Also, I received the statement from the Minister for Justice on the ongoing voter verification exercise, which was supposed to be presented by the Attorney General, who unfortunately was called by the President, and he's in Mayuge. So we shall do this on Tuesday, but the statement is ready. Yeah. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper. Addendum to the proposal to borrow up to euro 162,445,694.1.
Opposition whip on my what I have communicated.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The voter verification exercise, is shrouded in all manner of controversies, and therefore it qualifies to be a matter of urgent public importance. I would implore, seeking your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would implore your office to consider now that the statement by the minister has been uploaded. I would implore you to give a directive to another minister, because I can see some on the front bench, to table this statement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Rule 52 allows a debate for such a statements, and I promise members that we shall debate. Now, the minister who has not written the statement, I don't know how we shall hold him accountable in terms of debate and how we shall have a rich debate. You see, it's very, very important. This is beyond the debate. You should also have commitments out of the question the members will bring. So on Tuesday, it will be the number one item after my communication. Thank you. On my communication?
Right Honourable, voters verification exercise is very important. We have the Deputy Attorney General. Right Honourable, since this matter is very urgent, we would have dealt with it since we don't have enough time on it. Thank you.
Honourable, we have time. Okay?
Time?
Yes.
Well, maybe.
We have time. Let's do Tuesday. Let's do it. I know how urgent it is. And by the Honourable colleagues, I urge you to first verify your to be trying and you no, Honorable Tamax, please take your seat. Can't keep crisscrossing, moving around. Please, I'll just ask, where is the front bench? I suspend the House for 20 minutes to have the front bench here. So, let's resume from where we had stopped. Minister for Finance.
Item 4.1, addendum the proposal to borrow up to euro 162,445,694 from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the development of industrial parks, in brackets, power supply to industrial parks, and power transmission line.
Just let the minister finish this, okay? Laying. This is just laying. Yeah, this is laying.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to lay on table a proposal to borrow up to euros 162,445,694 cents, equivalent to US dollars 178,276,661.07 from the Export-Import Bank of China to finance the development of industrial parks, specifically power supply to industrial parks and power transmission line extension. I beg to lay, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. It's referred to the Committee of National Economy for processing in consultation with the relevant sector committee. Honourable colleagues, I had around 3 procedural matters. Let me start with Honourable Mujuche. I'd come first.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the issue of human rights of prisoners has come here very many times. And this House, we are the ears and eyes of the public. And so we can't continue debating as usual as if we don't know that the rights of Ugandans in prisons are being infringed upon. The issue of Dr. Besigye has come here many times. Pictures of Besigye looking frail, sickly, are awash in the media and out there. And therefore, as Parliament, we need to be seen to do something, to take a decision on this issue. And so, as a matter of procedure, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know whether we can use our powers. We have parliamentary committees on human rights to understand exactly what is happening in Ruzira prison in respect to Dr. Besigye and other prisoners. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. The issue of Dr. Besigye, this is an issue, I think Honourable Atkins yesterday raised the same. And I confirmed today the Attorney General has received the answer, and I talked to him and he confirmed that on Tuesday he will be ready to come and respond to the issues as they were raised. So, yes, Honourable Sarira.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. There are 2 issues here. When the Honourable Semuju raised the issue of the arrest of Dr. Besigye, the kidnapping in the real terms, government undertook to come and make a statement, and that is the statement, Right Honourable Speaker, you are referring to. The Attorney General was here yesterday, and he said he would make the statement today. The issue being raised by Honourable Francis Mwijuche is very different. It's about the rights of prisoners, specifically Dr. Besigye. You recall the Minister for Internal Affairs, General David Muhozi, was here giving an explanation which in our view was very unsatisfactory. Right Honourable Speaker, Mwijuchi has been to Luzira as a political prisoner. I have been to Luzira as a political prisoner. Semuju there has been to prison as a political prisoner. A good number of us this side, I have been there as political prisoners. What is happening now in Luzira of subjecting Dr. Besigye to cage discussion? You are this way, there is a cage, is that side, is completely alien in Luzira. Anybody who has been there knows. So, Right Honourable Speaker, the issue we wanted to understand is whether there is a policy shift in as far as visiting and interacting with the prisoners is concerned, especially with regard to Dr. Besigye. That is the issue, Right Honourable Speaker, that perhaps, and not the Attorney General, the Minister for Internal Affairs should come and state whether there is a policy shift. Because since time immemorial, we've been going to Luzira, we've been there as prisoners, and we've been interacting with the people who come to visit us, not in a caged form, but in a free environment. Right Honourable Speaker, if Dr. Besigye dies in prison, God forbid, it will send a very bad signal on this institution. Very bad. That something happened, we were around, and we didn't speak out. I wouldn't like, Right Honourable Speaker, to be under your tenure that a leading opposition politician, who, by the way, as we celebrate 39 years of the NRM, one of the people who brought this government in power, that is dying in the regime he facilitated to come to power. It will be really very unfortunate. So, Right Honourable Speaker, you can do us a lot of service if you authorize the necessary committee of Parliament to visit Luzira and undertake an investigation on this matter and come and report. Parliament would have discharged this obligation. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Lob.
Right Honourable Speaker, it's good that now we have government present. I was in the office attending to a couple of engagements, but as following. But my space was not vacant. The Chief Opposition Whip was present and the rest of the team. That's how governments operate. It's very important that we be that organized. So yes, specific ministers or the Prime Minister might be away, but government should take Parliament serious. So when I saw the adjournment for 20 minutes, I was disappointed that for the umpteenth time, because we have done this several times, that you get disappointed and frustrated, the front bench is vacant, you suspend the House. But now that government is back, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't want to think that the Attorney General and the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs is trying to dodge these critical issues that we are raising of human rights violations. The Deputy Attorney General was here yesterday. He told us he had written to Parliament to get information of the concerns we raised about Dr. Kizza Besigye. And he was meant to give us feedback. Now they are all absent. Honourable Speaker, government is now present. And government is the one detaining Dr. Kizza Besigye. So government should be able to be answerable to this issue. Honourable Speaker, what happens if the Attorney General is called again next week on Tuesday to State House or wherever for an urgent, I don't know what? Does government not remain present? Because government is here and it is represented and they should be answerable to these issues. Honourable Speaker, we were here paying tribute to Honourable Segirinya and we raised concerns about how this House let down Honourable Segirinya. He was denied bail. We raised those concerns. The presiding officers, he told us, those are matters of court. We said, but the man is sick. Eventually, he was granted bail. He was rearrested outside prisons. We brought the matter here, Right Honourable Speaker. As presiding officers, he told us that matter is in court. But we let the man down. He eventually died because we could not stand up for one of our own. Right Honourable Speaker, are we waiting for you to announce to us that Dr. Kizza Besigye, former, because he was in the Constituent Assembly, former minister and all these different things, then you tell us to stand up, observe a moment of silence, to pay tribute to him. Are we waiting for that? Because even Tuesday, one of the concerns about Dr. Kizza Besigye is food. The last we checked, they have denied him food from his family because he has concerns and is entitled to that. Any day that passes by without these issues being addressed, it puts his life in jeopardy. Are we waiting for that very critical time when tables have turned and then we are here saying all manner of things, rest in peace? Right, Honorable Speaker, we have let down too many people. Let's not let down Dr. Kiza Besigye as well.
Thank you. Honorable Semju.
Mr. Speaker, when we are talking about matters of rights, I see no appetite from the NRM to participate. The other day you saw how Honorable Akamba was arrested, not even like a chicken thief. Grabbed. The tendency from my experience here is for our colleagues from NRM to think violations are limited to us. I told you here at the beginning of this parliament, I was in B2 in Maxon, where former Vice President Gilbert Bukenya had been a resident, where the Honorable Jim Mwezi had been a resident, the Honorable Mike Mukula, Vice Chairman of NRM, had been a resident. You need to understand how President Museveni works. Many of you, one by one, you will find yourself in prison. You can sit here comfortably because they are talking about Besigye, his opposition. That Besigye we are talking about was the one treating Museveni. Nearly Museveni died in Ruwero. But Besigye tweeted him. This is how he's paying him. This is how he will pay you. You can pretend.
Thank you, Honorable Semuju, for giving way. You know, when we were passing the Public Order Management Act, that time, I remember the architects thought it was going to apply to members on this side. But as fate would have it, the architects of that law were the first victims.
Thank you very much. In fact, I was grabbed from here and dragged by police for protesting. The Honorable Mamambaz complained here why I was not taken to the disciplinary committee of parliament. I saw him on TV being grabbed by the collar in Ginger. So this is a very serious matter. When rights are, that's universal. Mr. Speaker, I raised here the issue of Dr. Besigye being kidnapped from Nairobi, where he had gone to attend the book launch of the Honorable Martha Karua. That is more than, it was on December, it was November. 2 months later, the statement hasn't been brought. The Honorable Mujuche is raising the issue of continuing to violate his rights even when he's in prison. The Attorney General has been summoned, the Deputy, I don't know, has gone where, and all these good people are just looking at us. So why are you in government if you are of no value to Parliament? That they are raising issues. I have seen the Honorable Nankabirwa here when she was Chief Whip. Every matter you raised, she would excuse herself for 5 minutes and she brings an answer. Today they are all seated. Wait for your day.
Honorable colleagues, number one, I want first to clarify. It's very unfortunate that we give you a platform to speak. Then you accuse it, you use it to accuse Parliament that we are not speaking. But who speaks for Parliament? It's you. It's you. This is number two. I don't know whether you want me. Okay, I think we can pick Honorable Kor. Honorable, who you go, you raid Ruzira, you pick out a person on behalf of Parliament, and then it goes on record Parliament we did. You know? Huh? Oh, sorry, not Akor. Akor is a dangerous one, we shouldn't involve him. Okay? I would send Honorable Zake. Then instead of Akor. Because, now, so, honorable colleagues, we have, I remember the time of Honorable Segirinya, which you're talking about. Honorable here, Mpuga, came here, presented a comparing case, and we sent a committee. So, on this one, what I'm going to do, and I want to clarify for the Attorney General, we gave an assignment to the Attorney General and Finance on NDP4, and their meeting was today. He briefed me. because they have issues which we raised here that must be concluded upon. It's the Deputy Attorney General who has sent to meet the President over some matters. So what I'm going to do, since they are coming on Tuesday to present a statement with regard to what Honorable Atkins was talking about yesterday, I have consulted with the Chairperson Committee on Human Rights. Let the Committee on Human Rights go visit Dr. Besige tomorrow, okay? And they make a report which should come on Tuesday, so that once we are debating the statement from government, we also debate a statement, the report of the committee. Honorable Nankabra, I hope, colleague, that settles us for now. Yes, let us send the committee, and then tomorrow, it will go tomorrow, and report back on Tuesday.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I'm standing here to really apologize on behalf of my colleagues who were not available when the House started. We will try as much as possible to make sure that we get more coordinated, such that at least every ministry is represented in the House. Secondly, I have listened to my colleagues who in their submissions were hitting on a matter that supposing Dr. Kizza Besigye dies. I just want to stand here and declare that we are going to pray. Yes. Yes. We pray for Dr. Kizza Besigye. I seek for your protection. Yes.
Honourable Minister, you're on record. The rest are not on record.
Okay. I am just standing here as Canony Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa to declare that we shall pray that God protects Dr. Kizza Besigye and that justice be done unto him. I am going to speak to my colleagues. I have listened what the colleagues have raised, such that come Tuesday, a satisfying answer is given to this House regarding Dr. Kizza Besigye's plea. I wanted to be on record that we will pray. God forbid, because I've listened to leader of opposition talking about supposing he dies, God knows what will happen. But my prayer is that Dr. Kizza Besigye is safe and that justice is done.
Thank you. Now, Chairman Committee on Human Rights, I think you've picked what the members were raising. Your focus tomorrow will be limited to the detention condition, because they are saying he's denied of his rights. They have put special conditions on him and all that. Okay? So we want to know whether Dr. Besigye is not being held under conditions that are similar to other procedures that are used in the prison. Thank you. Procedure, Honorable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm raising a procedural issue because I didn't want to convolute the debate that has been concluded. But as a matter of reminder to the House, that the time you gave the Minister of Defense and Internal Affairs, these two ministers, to come and report on the missing 18 has since lapsed. The time was given in November. May you compel them to report next week on the same matter so that we handle them concurrently, right, Honorable Speaker?
Sure. Next item, Sonia Watkins. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I really want to thank you for your leadership, because the leadership is the ability to identify a problem and prescribe a solution before it becomes a crisis. Mr. Speaker, sir, this morning, somebody that was following up what I've been raising and other colleagues, this morning it is a member here. For privacy, I'm not really going to sound out her name, was in a hospital yesterday, in prison. and had a chance to get to Luzira. I'm meant to understand that Dr. Besige had a health condition yesterday and it was throwing out blood. I appreciate that the committee and the leadership of the committee will go to Luzira hospital, prison tomorrow, but I want to be sure because everything else, Mr. Speaker, can wait, but not life. I want to be sure that when the committee membership go to Luzira, they'll find my president, Dr. Besige, alive. In that matter, I want, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, that you provide leadership that a medical team recommended by Dr. Besige's family himself go check on my president in Luzira so that we have the assurance that the committee membership will find my leader alive. Mr. Speaker, sir, I really appreciate your leadership on that. Thank you.
Thank you. So, honorable colleagues, you see, we are seated in positions of responsibility and power, but there is where we stop. Really, my authority here stops somewhere. I don't think I have the authority to order that doctors recommended by the family should go, and I think what we've done, honorable colleagues, the Committee on Human Rights has both opposition and government side, okay, and the ruling side. And I really, really have hope. Dr. Besige has survived the road. I don't think he will just die tonight, okay? Let's pray for him. Let's pray for him. We all wish him the best. So the best we can do is to ensure that indeed our committee goes there tomorrow. And whatever they find, we shall be in touch with the committee and the leadership of government. If there is anything urgent which the committee finds, they will link up with me immediately and we shall interlink with the executive to see which action can be taken. Colleagues, really, on this matter, I request we go. But it's a matter you've ruled upon.
Mr. Speaker, my fear, your ruling seemed to limit the Committee on Human Rights. When Council Aaron Chiza was drugged and beaten, I was happy when I saw the tweet attributed to Honorable Fox. I am only praying that you don't limit them. They need to look at all the issues surrounding this matter. If you get lawyers beaten the way, and he was very angry in his tweet, can you allow them to go beyond just the prison, in accordance with the rules, so that they deal with all these issues?
You see, you are going to open it, and the committee will request for 45 days. For 30 days. We have an urgent matter, which you've brought here. You have said Dr. Besige is caged. Have said Dr. Besige is denied food from his own people and medication. And you're saying this is contrary to prison procedures. Okay? So, and we are saying no. Committee go verify that quickly. Then if the committee finds they need to go beyond that scope, they will come and report back here on Tuesday and we can allow them to go beyond. Oh, yes, Honorable Segona, finally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am very happy with your guidance. Very, very happy. And I'm not revisiting that. I only want to join Canon Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa in prayer that people who behave inhuman come back to God. Number two, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the issue raised by the Honorable Matthias Mpuga of the missing 18, I was again happy with your ruling and guidance. But being a slave of the law, I just wanted to invite you to find pleasure in revisiting and make the order more positive and instructive, because your answer was sure, and in the rules there will be difficulty on the part of Dr. Nankabirwa, who is going to communicate with her absent or ever delinquent colleagues, and also for the handset. May I invite you to direct that the ministers come here on Tuesday and bring a report on the missing 18, some of whom we understand have lost their eyes, one has lost his limb. And if I'm telling a lie, let them be produced with their eyes and limbs. Thank you very much.
Sure. Yeah. Let the minister come on Tuesday, okay? On Tuesday, so that we can handle these issues, okay? And we have them out of the way since they are interrelated. Sure. Next item.
Item 5 on the order paper. Motion that the House to resolve itself into a committee of supply to consider supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for the financial 2024-2025 pursuant to Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplemental expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2024-2025 pursuant to Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. I beg to move. Right.
The motion is seconded. Honorable Nankabirwa, Honorable Mejachi, Honorable Mirama, Honorable Solomon, Honorable Nandutu, Honorable Alejo, Honorable Julius, Obiga Rose, Joan Nokia, Susan Amero, Emmanuel Ongisto, Musana. Hey, all of you, and the whole NRM side.
All the NRMs.
Honorable Minister, would you want to speak to your motion?
Mr. Speaker, sir, and colleagues, the supplemental expenditure schedule 1 for financial year 2024-2025 amounts to Uganda shillings 1.051 trillion, which is 1.46% of the approved budget for financial year 2024-2025. The supplementary was issued for number 1, revoting of funds for the World Bank funded projects of Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfer and Uganda Support to Municipal Infrastructure Development USMAID, shortfalls on wage and salaries. 3, critical government policy commitments that cannot be postponed. And 4, expenditure on peace and security, international commitments, as well as supporting the economy, fostering economic recovery. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the supplementary schedule 1 for 2024-2025 will be funded from additional non-tax revenue. I want to repeat this one. The supplementary schedule 1 will be funded from additional non-tax revenue, not tax revenue. 2, additional borrowing. And 3, we have already committed external financing in our framework. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Chair, Committee on Budget, kindly present your report. Yes, procedure matter, Shadow Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the substantive chair of the committee is not around. The vice is steering the committee. The procedural issue I have, as he comes here to make a presentation, he also appointed a vice who is now chairing the budget committee, continuing with the budget framework paper. I am a member of the budget committee. When we are presenting here, Mr. Speaker, I think it is irregular for the committee to continue transacting business, yet the same committee is presenting here. Because what the members do who want to contribute or want to follow, they can't be in two places.
Yeah, I think that indeed, Chair. Do you have any meeting going on of the committee? Because the committee should be here to receive, to present the report.
We had broken off for lunch, and maybe I think I will have to find out whether there are some members in there.
Yeah, in case there is any ongoing meeting, let all members come here.
Okay, great.
Okay? Yeah. Clerk coordinate that. Let the clerk coordinate that. Continue presenting the report. The clerk can coordinate that. So for us, we are not privy to what the committee is doing outside. So thank you for alerting us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that guidance. Mr. Speaker, I have here the report of the Budget Committee on Supplementary Expenditure, Schedule number 1 for the financial year 2024-25, dated January 2025. Before I go to the report, Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the minutes and documents that we have in processing this supplementary expenditure on table. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members, on the 19th of December 2024, the Minister of Finance presented to Parliament a supplementary expenditure number 1 of 2024-25 amounting to 1.05 trillion, as highlighted in the table below on the screen. It consists a sum that is lesser than 3% of the legal limit of the total approved budget of the Uganda shilling 72.136 trillion for the financial year 24-25. Total supplementary expenditure request consumes 0.74 trillion in terms of recurrent expenditure and 0.308 trillion in terms of development expenditure. Mr. Speaker, the methodology is the usual. The stakeholders interacted with include the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, all the accounting officers of MDS seeking approval of the supplementary therein, and the legal framework is as per Article 156(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, which states that if in respect of any financial year, it is found that the amount appropriated for any purpose under the Appropriation Act is insufficient, or that any has arisen for expenditure for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, or that any monies are being expended for any purpose in excess of the amount appropriated for that purpose, or for a purpose for which no amount has been appropriated by that act, a supplementary estimate showing the sums required or spent shall be laid down before Parliament within 4 months of the money being spent. The above article is operationalized under Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act as amended, which states as follows. The total supplementary expenditure that requires additional resources over and above what is approved by Parliament shall not exceed
3% of the total approved budget for that financial year without approval of Parliament. Number 2, where funds are expended under subsection 1, supplementaries may show the sum spent shall be laid before Parliament within 4 months after the money is spent. Furthermore, Regulation 1856 and 7 of the Public Finance Management Act 2016 provides also as follows. 5. Parliament may approve a supplementary appropriation, or the Minister may approve a supplementary budget, as the case may be, where the supplementary expenditure is unavoidable or unforeseeable. 6. For the purpose of this regulation, unavoidable means an expenditure that cannot be postponed to the next financial year through environment. Unforeseeable does not include any expenditure that was foreseeable by the vote at the time of preparation of the budget of the vote, or an expenditure that should have been included in the budget of the vote. 7. Any expenditure which is in excess of the appropriated budget of vote, which is not in accordance with this section, shall be treated as a loss of public funds as provided for under section 79(1) of this Act. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, according to Rule 153(2) of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament, the supplementaries may presented to Parliament shall clearly spell out the source of funding for the supplementary request for each vote. And the table 2, Mr. Speaker, shows the sources of funding for this supplementary. It is from additional external financing, escrow account in Stanbic Bank, local revenue, local government, NTR, and others. Committee observations and recommendations. Part 1 is funded supplementary. That is Uganda shillings 97.263 billion. Vote 003, Office of the Prime Minister. Uganda shillings 12.635 billion. The committee observed that Uganda shillings 12.35 billion was requested by the Office of the Prime Minister for the development response to displacement impacts project, which is being implemented, whose implementation ended on the 30th of June 2024, but was given an extension to enable beneficiary institutions to complete the activities that were pending. Unfortunately, this money was swept back at the end of the financial year, so we had to approve this money, but we are voting it back. Accordingly, World Bank released funds for completion of the project in order to meet the deadline of the October 2024. The committee recommends approval of 12.63 billion to vote 003, Office of the Prime Minister, for this purpose. Vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. That requires 24.102 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 24.102 billion was requested by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for the completion of the first phase of the construction of the Justice Law and Order Sex Services House in Naguru. The committee was informed that in order to complete the first phase of the construction, the institutions which will be housed therein resolved to contribute funds from within their budgets to ensure timely completion by December 2024. These institutions include Directorate of Public Prosecution, Judicial Service Commission, Law Reform Commission, Uganda Human Rights Commission, Tax Appeals Tribunal, and Budget Support to the Justice, Law and Order Services Sector allocation. These institutions contributed a total of Uganda shillings 19.049 billion, and an extra Uganda shillings 5.035 billion was contributed by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. The committee therefore recommends approval of this money, 24.102 billion, to vote 007, Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, for the above purpose. Number 3, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, vote 012, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, needs Uganda shillings 25.577 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 25.57 billion was provided for external financing for competitiveness and enterprise development project, which officially closed on the 3rd of November 2024, and the World Bank disbursed funds for completion of the project. So even here we are voting back that money. And the funds support adjudication and demarcation of land, registration and issuance of land titles, the design and rollout of the land valuation management information system, the enhancement and rollout of the National Land Information System, the establishment of operating reference stations, and Uganda Geodetic Reference Framework, and construction of an additional floor at the National Land Information Center. Colleagues, the committee recommends approval of this money, 25.577 billion, to vote 012, Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development, for the above purpose. Number 4, vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports. Uganda shillings 1.531 billion. The committee observes that during finalization of the budget for financial year 24-25 and following the approved policy on management of all education institutions at college level, it was agreed that these institutions should be centrally managed by Ministry of Education and Sports. However, during the finalization of the budget, the wage budget of Uganda shillings 1.53 billion of Nakawa Vocational College, which was under KCCA, was not transferred to the Ministry of Education and Sports. This has therefore necessitated a supplementary of the equivalent amount to the ministry to be funded from existing allocation under KCCA. So we are moving money from KCCA to the Ministry of Education. The committee recommends approval of 1.531 billion to vote 013, Ministry of Education and Sports, for the above purpose. Number 5, vote 119, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, Uganda shillings 872.52 million. The committee observed that Uganda URSB is a member of the African Regional Intellectual Property Organization, ARIPO. And ARIPO has provided budget support to URSB equivalent to Uganda shillings 872.52 million to support activities related to strengthening of the intellectual property rights. The committee recommends approval of this money to vote 119 Uganda Registration Services for the above purpose. Number 6, vote 141 Uganda Revenue Authority, Uganda shillings 15 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee observes that URIA requires 15 billion for the full and final payout of court settlement of matters between Mr. John Emaniraguha, Fuelex Uganda Limited, and URIA. This will be paid from available garnished funds held in Stanbic Bank. The committee recommends approval of this money for the above purpose. Vote 311, Law Development Center, 6.48 billion. The committee observes that commencing from financial year 24-25, government will implement a new policy in which LDC will have 2 intakes. In order to implement this policy and provide for the second intake to cater for 1,643 applicants in January 2025, LDC will require Uganda shillings 6.48 billion, which will be raised through tuition forecast at and Uganda shillings 9.85 billion. This has necessitated a supplementary expenditure of Uganda shillings 6.48 billion to cater for the cost of running the institution, including wages, salaries, allowances, and operational expenses. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shilling 6.848 billion to vote 311 Law Development Center. Number 8, vote 312 Uganda Management Institute, Uganda shillings 2.816 billion. Committee observations. A. During the finalization of the wage bill for 24-25, UMI received an additional allocation of 1.328 billion for harmonization of salaries of public universities. However, the additional allocation was inadvertently captured under Vote 311 Law Development Center, LDC. As such, there was need for the transfer to enable UMI fully harmonize salaries for its staff. And B, during finalization of the budget for financial year 24-25, UMI was allocated gratuity amounting to 5.107 billion. However, due to variations in the time of contract commencement, the actual gratuity requirement is less than the allocated budget. Given that the board is projecting a shortfall on emoluments to associate professors who are not on the payroll, the vote requested for a transfer of Uganda shillings 1.487 billion from gratuity to allowances to cater for emoluments of part-time associate professors and also clear outstanding employee obligations during this financial year 24-25. The committee recommends approval of 2.816 billion to vote 1312 Uganda Management Institute. Number 9, votes ranging from 601 to 935 local governments, 8.250 billion. The committee observes that various local governments realize additional local revenues that require them to seek a supplementary expenditure approval. The details are in Annex 1. There are a number of districts and local governments therein. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 8.25 billion to votes from 600 to 935 local governments as highlighted in Annex 1. Now, Part 2. Part 2 is supplementary that requires additional Government of Uganda funding, and it totals to 953.345 billion. Colleagues, number 10, vote 002, State House, shillings 234.75 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 234.75 billion is required by State House for classified expenditure. The committee recommends approval of this money to vote 002 State House. Number 11, vote 003 Office of the Prime Minister, Uganda shillings 4.4 billion. The committee observations are as follows. 1, Uganda shillings 2 billion to cater for shortfalls in the Sustainable Development Goals SDG Secretariat activities, such as the conference scheduled for April 2025, presentation of the SG progress reports and other thematic reports, and strengthen localization and popularization of SDGs and Agenda 2063. And 2, Uganda shillings 2.4 billion for activities leading to implementation of the Executive Order number 3 of 2023 to be implemented under the Northern Uganda Rehabilitation Program. Executive Order number 3 of 2023 was issued to implement the anti-cattle rustling efforts in northeastern Uganda, mitigation of damage to the environment by the charcoal business, and the damage caused by the balalo. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 4.4 billion to vote 003 Office of the Prime Minister. Number 12, vote 006 to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Uganda shillings 488.205 million. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 488.205 million was required by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for contributions to the Commonwealth Secretariat. This was to ensure Uganda honors its commitments to Commonwealth Secretariat and enable Uganda's effective participation in the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, SHOGAM, which took place in Apia, Samoa from the 21st to the 26th of October 2024. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee recommends approval of 488.205 million to vote 006 Minister of Foreign Affairs. 13, vote 008 Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development, Uganda shillings 6.311 billion. The committee observed that Uganda shillings 6.301 billion was required by the Minister for operational shortfalls for Uganda Telecom Limited, UTEL, which is a requirement for the administrator to release the land titles to facilitate financial closure of UTEL investor. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 6.311 billion to vote 008 Minister of Finance, Plan and Economic Development. Number 14, Ministry of Works and Transport, 50 billion. The committee said that 50 billion was required by the Ministry for the completion of the rehabilitation of the Tororo-Gulu Railway Line project, the meter gauge railway. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 50 billion to vote 016 Ministry of Works and Transport for the above purpose. Number 15, vote 018 Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Uganda shillings 4.882 billion. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee observations. 1. Uganda shillings 3.038 billion is required to meet the shortfalls for hosting the Atake Reunion Festival, which took place in Isoroti. The funds were to cater for accommodation and the attendant facilitation of the VVIPs invited to the festival. 2. Uganda shillings 1.292 billion is required to meet statutory expenditure and operational expenditures for subventions under the ministry, such as social assistance grants for empowerment, youth livelihood program, Uganda entrepreneurship program, operations of the National Women Council. 3. Uganda shillings 551.61 million is required for contribution to the Commonwealth Youth Program. This was to ensure Uganda honors commitment to the program and enable effective participation in the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting Shogam, which was held in Apia, Sama in October 2024. The committee recommends approval of 4.882 billion to vote 018 Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Number 16, vote 020 Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. Uganda shilling 11.33 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shilling 11.33 billion is required in order to facilitate the ministry to facilitate wage requirements and operational shortfalls for Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. UBC was not provided funds in the budget for financial year 24-25 for these wage requirements and operational shortfalls. The committee recommends approval of 11.33 billion to vote 020 Ministry of ICT and National Guidance as subvention to UBC. Vote 17, vote 023 Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs. Uganda shilling 7.36 billion. The committee observed that Uganda shilling 7.3 billion is required to facilitate the operations and coordination of the Greater Kampala Metropolitan Affairs JKMA Urban Development Project with the detailed designs for roads, markets, and the coordination of the metropolitan physical planning in JKMA. The committee recommends approval of this money to vote 023 Ministry of Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs. Vote 106 Uganda Human Rights Commission. Uganda shillings 10.4 billion. The committee observed that Uganda shillings 10.4 billion is required for operational shortfalls such as NSSF and contractual allowances, fixed costs, complaints management, research, and civic education. The committee recommends approval of 10.4 billion to vote 106 Uganda Human Rights Commission. Vote 107 Uganda AIDS Commission. Uganda shillings 2 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 2 billion is required for shortfalls on counterpart funding for Uganda Country Coordinating Mechanism for the Global Fund, UCCM, for awareness creation activities. The committee recommends approval of this 2 billion to vote 107 Uganda AIDS Commission. Number 20, vote 130 Treasury Operations. Uganda shilling 53.119 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shilling 53.119 billion is required for promissory note obligations on completion of Luba Hospital. The committee recommends approval of 53.11 billion to vote 130 Treasury Operations, Luba Hospital. Number 21, vote 131 Office of the Auditor General, 3.245 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 3.245 billion is required for post-retirement benefits for the former Auditor General. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 3.245 billion to vote 131 Office of the Auditor General as retirement benefits for the former Auditor General. Number 22, vote 146 Public Service Commission, shillings 4.4 billion. The committee observed that Public Service Commission needs 4.4 billion for the implementation of rationalization of agencies and public expenditure. The committee recommends approval of 4.4 billion to vote 146 for Public Service Commission. Number 23, vote 158 Internal Security Organization. Uganda shillings 19.616 billion. The committee observes that money is required to cater for outstanding domestic areas over the 3 financial years from financial year 2021-22 to date. The committee recommends approval of 19.616 billion to vote 158 Internal Security Organization. Number 24, vote 301 Makerere University, Uganda shillings 8.856 billion. The committee observes that Uganda shillings 8.856 billion is required to cater for living out allowances for government-sponsored students. The committee recommends approval of 8.856 billion to vote 301 Makerere University to pay living out allowances for government-sponsored students. Number 25, vote 515 Uganda Embassy in Japan, Tokyo, 800 million. The committee observes that 800 million is required for rent shortfalls. The embassy shifted to a better premise following a directive by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, but the rent requirement was higher by 800 million. The committee recommends approval of the 800 million to vote 515 Uganda Embassy in Japan, Tokyo. It's million. 800 million, not billion. In my paper, it is millions.
Honorable colleagues, in the end, what matters is the money we shall supply. My records are very
Number 26, wage shortfalls across board was Uganda shillings 194.241 billion. The committee observes that the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development received additional requests to meet wage shortfalls for both central and local government votes. Annexure 2 contains the details of local governments and central government MDAs that need this money. This followed the Auditor General's report on the special audit of the payroll, presidential directive to enhance the wages of scientists, and other critical requirements. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 194.241 billion to various central and local government votes as highlighted in Annex 2. 27, funding for non-tax revenue enhancement, Uganda shillings 1.298 billion. The committee was informed by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, reviewed the non-tax revenue performance of various MDAs and noted that provision of additional 152.98 billion to these MDAs will enable those votes to collect 400 billion to support the budget. Of these, 152.98 billion. In addition, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has made the attainment of NTR revenue projections as a requirement in the performance contracts of accounting officers for the financial year 24-25. The votes are summarized below. The committee recommends approval of 152.98 billion to various central and local government votes for the purpose of helping them to enhance and collect more 400 billion to support the budget. The details are in that table. Number 28, National Water and Sewerage Corporation, Uganda shillings 14 billion. The committee observes that a number of government institutions owe the National Water and Sewerage Corporation arrears for water supplied by the institution. In order to support National Water and Sewerage Corporation operations and ensure service delivery and also reduce on the stock of arrears for water, Uganda shillings 14 billion has been provided to vote in the health sector and Uganda prisons as summarized below. The committee recommends approval of 14 billion to votes as highlighted in the table 5 below. That is to pay water for Mulago Hospital 6 billion, Jinja Referral Hospital 4 billion, Mulago Specialized Neonatal Hospital 2 billion, Uganda Prison Service 2 billion, totaling 14 billion. Number 29, votes 601 to votes 935, local governments. Uganda shillings 170.168 billion. The committee observes that 1. Uganda shillings 143.989 billion was unspent, while the unspent funds in the financial year 23-24 for the Uganda Intergovernmental Fiscal Transfers, UGF reform, and the details in Annex 3. This is mainly for the construction of seed secondary schools, upgrade of health center 2 to health center 3, water projects, and micro-scale irrigation projects. Annex 3 has the details. 2. Uganda shillings 26.179 billion was for revoting of USMID unspent balances that were returned to the consolidated fund at the closure of the financial year 23-24. The details are in Annex 4. The committee recommends approval of Uganda shillings 170.168 billion to various local governments votes as highlighted in Annex 3 and 4. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in conclusion, I request the House to approve this supplementary expenditure under Schedule 1 for financial year 2024-25, totaling Uganda shillings 1.0506 billion, as outlined in the table 6 and 7 below, and detailed by vote in the supply schedules A, B, and C of the proposed supply schedules. I beg to submit. I beg to report.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you together with your committee. Chairman, I made it to understand you have a minority report.
Right, Honorable Speaker, sorry for that omission. I should have laid on the table a minority report, which is part of the report on this very supplementary expenditure. And this was submitted by Honorable Ibrahim Nganda.
Honorable Semuju, kindly come and table your report. I don't usually see you starting reporting from the corridors as you on the walkway.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I am Semuju Ibrahim. That's the name I am known and referred to in Parliament. Nganda is my father who died recently. So you don't have Semuju Ibrahim Nganda in Parliament. You have Semuju Ibrahim. Mr. Speaker, just for emphasis, the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 amounting to 1 trillion was laid on table on December 19th and referred to the budget committee. This supplementary is in respect of the current financial year, whose budget was 72.130 trillion. So we approved the budget of 72 trillion. We are now revising it. You, Parliament, therefore, are being asked to increase this budget to shilling 73.181 trillion. That's what you are being asked to do this afternoon. 73.181 trillion. Honorable Speaker and members, we urge you not to approve this request on the following reasons. Reason number 1, chaotic and unrealistic budgeting. Honorable members, in all his reports to Parliament, the Auditor General has extensively reported on total budgets passed, total warrants issued. Warrant means just the release by Minister of Finance and the actual revenue realized to finance the budget. Last financial year, 2023-24, for example, this Parliament approved a total budget of 52.737 trillion. You were asked to revise it through supplementary request to 61.669 trillion, which you did. The Auditor General on page 38 of the report, Mr. Speaker, that was presented to you, says only 50.172 trillion, please include the trillion, was warranted, which means was released by finance. But they asked you to revise the budget to 60. Eventually, when it came to release, they released the 50. And part of the release was air. Why? The actual money that was available for spending was 48 trillion. This means there was no money to finance the budget that you passed, you as Parliament, of 52 trillion, but we are asked to revise it to 61. A total of 11.498 trillion was not released, was not warranted by finance. But even what they claim to have released, they didn't have money to finance it. That's why the actual spending was 48. As a result of this, areas continue to accumulate, and they are providing almost perennially in every budget only 200 billion to clear the areas. In the recently released report of the Auditor General has put the figure of areas to 13.814 trillion, and which is never usually included in the public debt. It increased from 10.5 trillion the previous year. So each approval you make here, know you are committing a country, you are injuring suppliers, because in the end, the Honorable Musasi's will supply air. You therefore, as Parliament, have a duty to curtail this insatiable appetite for supplementary budgets. You don't have the money to finance the budget as approved, and then you ask Parliament to revise it upwards. Point number 2, non-compliance with the law. Right Honourable Speaker, Section 25(6) of the Public Finance Management Act outlines the criteria for supplementary budgets, specifying that supplementary request expenditure should be, as the committee said. We are only disagreeing on the recommendation. Because you can't say, you read the things the chairman has read, and then at the end you say approve. It must be unabsorbable, where the expenditure cannot be funded through environment. The chairman noted that. Unavoidable, where expenditure that cannot be postponed to the next financial year. And unforeseeable, where expenditure was not foreseeable by the vote at the time of budget preparation, or should have been included in the original budget. Mr. Speaker, these criteria suggest that supplementary budgets are intended for unexpected and critical expenditure that could not have been anticipated or planned during the budget process. This supplementary seeks to finance activities that should have been budgeted for or can be catered for in the next budget, which we are now processing. There are many things you've had, festivities in Iteso, Ruvoa, Chogam, the whole list. You go, because now, as a Parliament, you are under obligation to begin checking every request against the law and then see if it fits. That test my committee failed. That's why I'm here to alert you. On page 326 of the Auditor General's report, the Auditor General says, supplementary funding amounting to 2 trillion was not warranted, defeating the purpose for which the funds were appropriated. Even what they come here to ask as supplementary, they don't have money for it. And I will come back to this. So last financial year, all the amount of money is passed as supplementary. There was no money to finance that supplementary. And then you ask, he's asking, how do you know? I'm saying, Auditor General, be attentive. Right Honourable Speaker, The Public Finance Management Regulations 2016 as amended, Regulation 18.1, outlines the procedure for seeking supplementary budgets, including justifications that demonstrate urgency, necessity, and compliance with legal and budgetary frameworks. While Regulation 18.2 requires ministries, departments, and agencies to justify why the expenditure could not have been reasonably foreseen or accommodated within the approved budget. The Budget Act, we can skip that. So many of the entities being given money in this supplementary don't actually meet the criteria as illustrated in the Public Finance Management Act. And I have given examples, Ministry of Gender, Human Rights, Treasury Operations, etc. The Auditor General on page 23 of his recent report notes, Regulation 18.2 of the Public Finance Management Regulations requires that an accounting officer who intends to spend money as supplementary expenditure shall request the minister's approval in writing. The Auditor General says, I noted that 185 entities received supplementary funding worth 382 billion for pension and gratuity expenditure in financial year 2023-2024 without any written requests from the accounting officers. And the committee is aware of this. We were actually supposed to have had another meeting with the Minister for Finance, which didn't happen, only to meet my colleagues signing a report. Point number 3. Ruoa Specialized Hospital. This supplementary seeks to give more money to Ruoa Specialized Hospital, being constructed by that wonderful Italian friend of President Museveni called Enrico Pinetti Milano. Money to Pinetti in this supplementary, which is 53.119 billion, is being requested for by vote 130 Treasury Operations, which is a vote primarily for debt servicing. Honourable members, government signed a promissory note purchase agreement in December 2018 with the Ministry of Health as the implementing agency. Of course, you are aware that since then this Pinetti issue was removed from Ministry of Health. It is under the office of the Prime Minister. Africa Export-Import Bank, Trade and Development Bank, Barclays Bank Limited, among others, to fund the project up to the tune of $379.7 million US. Parliament approved this funding and execution modalities in March 2018. Since then, government has paid Pinetti or Ruoa 476.4 billion. The details, I don't have to go through them, how money has been paid to Pinetti. To date, the government has redeemed 7 promissory notes with a total value face of $133.6 million US, reflecting a financial performance of 35.2% of the total project cost of $379 million. The Auditor General's report on Treasury Operations for the year ending June 2023, last year's report, highlighted concerns that although the owner's engineer issued milestone certificates based on progress reports from the contractor, the engineer first restricted access to the construction site. Even the engineer who should be there to do your work cannot access the site. This limitation undermines their role in safeguarding the interests of both the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. The audit further revealed that the milestone certificates were primarily based on contractor submitted reports. So Pinetti constructs, then she writes, finance, pay me, worker has reached here. And Musasi runs to Parliament, please pay. The Public Accounts Committee. The Public Accounts Committee's intergovernment in its review of the Auditor General's report, observed that the government failed to conduct adequate due diligence on the agreements and the project overall, raising doubts about the validity of the payments relative to the work completed. The committee was unable to verify the progress of work at the site due to repeated obstruction by the project developer, by Pineti. In light of these issues, there is a significant risk of financial loss for Ugandans. You have already put in 476 billion. Now you are being asked, please you add. And then there are colleagues who are about to add. It is recommended that the project be halted until a special audit report is completed and Parliament can deliberate on its findings. Issue number 4, State House wants 234 billion classified expenditure. This financial year, we passed a total budget of 452.2 billion for the residence of the President and his dear wife. President and his wife, because all their known children are now adults that are not catered for by the law on Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act. These are issues of law, even if you want to be emotional about them. The law states who should benefit. State House is a creation of this law. It is a home for things like sleeping and not work. That's why the office of the President is established. The occupant of State House is expected to wake up every day and goes to President's office to work. He's not expected to turn himself into an extension work, supervising sugarcane growing in Usoga and poultry farms in Bunyoro, taking photos behind heaps of eggs. The occupants of State House are requesting 234.75 billion mbu. It is classified expenditure. That the shilling 81.6 billion you gave them in the current budget as classified expenditure has been exhausted. Because in the budget, you gave them 81 billion. Now the 81 is finished. They want 234 classified. The shilling 234 billion will bring total State House budget to 686.6 billion just by halfway of the financial year. Remember, this is just the first supplementary request this financial year. Last year, we processed 3 supplementary requests, bringing total State House budget to 802 billion. If you colleagues, especially NRM, you allow this request, it will mean that you have given the occupant of State House 315 billion in classified expenditure. This residency is the only one in the world. Mind you, you will never know how this money is utilized. They account to themselves when it comes to classified expenditure. There is absolutely, I will respond to you when I am finishing. There is absolutely no doubt in our mind that part of this money is for campaign and the rest is for personal use. Someone should tell me, what classified thing does our president do in State House? And even if it were to be there, does it cost 315 billion a year? Right, Honorable Speaker. State House uses classified expenditure as a trick to increase its budget. Last financial year, take note. Parliament approved the total budget of State House 421.9 billion for State House. They increased it to 799.8 billion through 3 supplementaries. Total supplementary request for State House was 456 billion, bigger than the budget that you had actually passed for them. The supplementary was bigger than the budget. Classified expenditure, which is security, should be requested for by defense, police, ISO and ESO. This is one way of enriching occupants of State House. Can you imagine these fellows are swimming in money while the country's road network continues to deteriorate? In Morago, the intensive care unit has 27 beds, but only 15 are working. No money to recruit staff. But the residence has I don't have a speaker, no members. The Chief of Defense Forces, he keeps asking, what do you know now? Listen. The Chief of Defense Forces, General Moses Kainerugaba, has already called members who sit on Defense Committee as clowns and idiots. He also called a member of this House, the immediate Deputy CDF General Rueru, a buffoon. We need to examine how we conduct parliamentary business. This is for you. If they throw a supplementary like this that does not comply with the law and you pass it, they will reward you by calling you idiots and clowns. It is entirely up to you. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
That's a vintage Semujo. Huh? Thank you, Honorable. So, colleagues, we are going to have a debate which starts now. Mr. 1, 2, 3, 4. Vice Chair Park, DP, UPC, FDC. Yes, I've picked you, honorable colleagues. The ones I've picked, please. I start with you. 2 minutes each. So
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the committee for very clear report. And I would like to agree with some of the recommendations. I would like to dwell specifically on vote 601 to 935, which is on local governments, about the 170.168 billion, whereby 143.989 was unspent funds in financial year 23-24 for UGIFT. Right Honorable Speaker, in a Leptong district where I represent, we benefited from similar funding and revoting, which was part of unspent funds for the previous financial year. And that went towards the upgrade of Health Center 2 to 3. Recently, we commissioned Adwir Health Center 3, which is right now providing maternal services and supporting the women and children. And the recommendation from the committee about the unspent funds for UGIFT and also for USMID. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chen.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. It would be good that when some votes are losing and others are gaining, maybe it would be good practice to know which votes are gaining if these are not additional resources. Another issue I would want to raise is that when the government is bringing these issues, we passed a loan of $636 million for scale-up project and electricity. And the recruitment was done, procurement was done, but there is no counterpart funding of 65 billion. So why didn't the Minister of Finance find it in their own wisdom to provide for the 65 million, such that now this scale-up program takes off, instead of now giving to the Pineti business? I thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Boka.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity I rise to support the request on 3 grounds. One is on the Dr. Deep projects. My constituency is a beneficiary of that. We have a bridge that has a budget shortfall of close to 800 million. This will go a long way in bridging that gap. Secondly, in the health sector, we have a number of health facilities that have been recommended for upgrade by the UPDF Engineering Brigade. Unfortunately, because of delay in release of funds, the works have not commenced. I also believe this supplementary budget will go a long way in providing the resources for the UPDF brigade to be able to start work. Lastly, I have a health center, a seed secondary school, Gopele. Work has stalled for the last about 6 months because of, again, money that has been swept back. The revoting of this money will go a long way to ensure work commences and is completed timely. I submit and I therefore support to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Herbert. Then Norman Zochero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair of the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, when you go through the submission of the committee, whereas the law requires a supplementary, whereas other factors are considered, the submission, you would actually see that none of what they submitted was not foreseen. None was not foreseen. They should, all what I read and what I went through was foreseen. So I want to urge Parliament that it's a tendency by government to bring in the budgets what is non-priority and leave priorities. So that when they bring what is priority here, we see it as an emergency, as a requirement, and pass it under supplementary. So we need to scrutinize when we are passing these budgets. To Right Honorable Speaker, there is the 6 billion meant for the administrator of UTER. We had interrogated the administrator of UTER because I'm on an ad hoc committee investigating poster. And he told us that UTER, the administrator, is only required to take assets, not liabilities. Now, if you're an administrator who is taking up assets and not liabilities, why do you require supplementary to go and pay what? So we need actually to further understand why is this administrator requiring 6 billion, yet he was supposed to only take assets of Uganda Telecom, not liabilities. Because one of those liabilities was a payment for poster, which they have not paid. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of Karuguza Development Radio listeners from Buyanja County, Buyanja East County in Chivale District. They are represented by Honorable Kasaija Matia, Honorable Kugonza Emra, and Honorable Ksembo Nowerin Basemera. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Join me in welcoming them. Thank you. Honorable Norman Zochero.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House did pass a budget for this financial year within their powers. But all of us remember very well that when the budget was passed, technically, I don't know how to call it, whether technically, we were requested to adjust it. Technically, we were requested to adjust the budget or to change priority, which we did. And we lost a lot of vital investments in critical areas. All of us remember, these are areas that cater for health of the citizens of this country and their education, which is prime. We removed the money. When I heard about supplementary, in my dream I thought they are going to cater for those areas that we are removed. That's what I thought about. Secondly, it is clear, our colleague had made it clear that the supplementary budget is to cater for unforeseeable. Even if you look at it, they were seeable. Not so. They were seeable. Now I'm asking, those who sit in the supplementary budget, who is in their mind? Who is in their mind? Whom do they think for? For the people of Uganda? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have a hospital in my district built in 1969. It has enjoyed systematic decay. Since then, has been successfully decaying. The ceiling boards are made of thorns. Year in, year out, I hear supplementary budget for Pineti. I hear supplementary budget, we are giving that one. The hospital where I come from, The mothers are operated under thorns.
Sorry, Honorable Namuga.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to remind colleagues that I'm a former minister, shadow, for Science, Innovation and Technology in the alternative government, and currently the Deputy Chair, Park Central. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is an opportunity for Parliament to deeply think about how we hand a budget, especially in the line of implementation or execution. This has been a query in the reports of the Auditor General for the last 5 years. I stand to support the minority report that we don't pass this supplementary, Right Honorable Speaker. Reason one, Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at execution of the budget for this current financial year, that is at 72 trillion, we have made a projection of 57 trillion under the budget framework paper for next financial year, meaning that the budget is now reducing from 72 to 57. We are looking, the Auditor General clearly indicated the performance of the financial 23-24. The physical performance or actual performance was at 48 trillion, meaning we still operate on a realistic budget. We still have deficits under budgeting. Right, Honorable Speaker, I call upon colleagues. This is the time we have. The time is now to look into the budget and bring to shape the Honorable Musas and the team, because their confusion is now making us to be called clowns by Muhoza and the team, because that is what we are. We cannot pass such a supplementary where we have been given opportunity, Right Honorable Speaker. This House has the mandate to appropriate. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, go back to the issue of domestic arrears. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of domestic arrears, they have allocated some money to National Water and some money to the Internal Security Organization. That is close to 14 billion, and the other amount is close to... Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the stock...
You don't allocate yourself time, please.
Sorry, Right Honorable Speaker, I request for a minute.
No, you
Kindly.
don't request when you're in a microphone.
Honorable Speaker.
Now, I don't want us to be clowns, because you have said we are clowns. So.
Right Honorable Speaker, when you look at the stock of domestic arrears, that has accumulated from 10.3 trillion to 13.8, Right Honorable Speaker. We need an explanation from the Ministry of Finance. How do you intend to reduce the stock of domestic arrears? Because the private sector is very frustrated. You are here paying money to Boa Hospital where we were denied access. You are talking about a financial performance of 35%. You don't talk about the physical. How much has been executed physically versus the financial performance? Honorable colleagues, I want to move you. Don't pass this supplementary. This will be an indicator to the people out there that this is a parliament that is as serious and not clowns, as said by the Honorable the Chief of Defense Forces. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mero.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I was actually reacting to my colleague. I'm not clumsy. We are not clumsy in any way. This is not parliamentary. So for me, I was reacting to her, and you saw my reaction before I could stand up to say anything.
Thank you.
I beg that she...
I think the record has to be put clear.
Yeah, it must be expunged.
If one considers themselves clowns, they cannot declare the whole house clown. So, but you can accept for you a clown. If you want.
Right Honorable Speaker, I did not say that we are clowns. I said if we pass the supplementary. That is what I said. So if we don't pass it, we shall not qualify.
Yeah. No, I think what the member is saying is that if we pass the supplementary, she will be a clown. Because she cannot speak for herself. Okay? This is a matter of how you assess yourself and you determine. So, DP.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, at times I get surprised. Last year, we were told that government has stopped all MDAs from putting money in the budget for construction of their offices, because government is planning and is already in process to put up a one-stop center in Webaja. Now, hearing in the supplementary that monies has been put under the Ministry of Justice to construct a building in Naguru to house some MDAs. Probably we need to clarify this if government has backtracked on that mega plan of Webaja so that it is open for MDAs to start budgeting. Secondly, we hear that arts teachers are going on strike. If monies can be put in such, why we would have loved to hear that because there is a looming strike of arts teachers, money has been put aside to sort some of these problems. I thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Santa.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, while there may be very valid reasons to support the supplementary budget in certain situations, the frequent use can be abused, Mr. Speaker. As we can see from this report presented by the chair today, Mr. Speaker, and the minority report by member, Honorable Semuju, I want to believe that as a parliament, we should not support this supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, because one of the reasons is that it's non-compliance with the law. When you look at the criteria and the justification for the supplementary budget, they don't meet the call for this supplementary expenditure. Look at issues like Loboa. Look at the contribution to the Commonwealth and so many others. Mr. Speaker, we are an institution responsible for passing laws. We have passed laws here. The laws which clearly state the criteria for supplementary budget. And if this is not meeting the law that we pass, then what are we doing as the institution responsible for passing law? So for me, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the House, I want to propose to this Parliament that for once, let's put the minister and the committee, which is supposed to do work for us, to dissect every issue, to look at Ugandans and the needs for Ugandans, and then we pass this supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ward.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to support the minority report. I equally say, in supplementary budget, how do we include development expenditure? I thought this development expenditure should be foreseen. These are foreseen. Why should we put them there? I need this standard gauge railway. I actually needed it yesterday for our people, but we cannot include it in supplementary budget. Look at this classified expenditure. Are we really working for the people down there, or we want to work for a small population of Uganda? While the big population of Uganda looks on to us. Really, the ministers should spare us a little. When we go to health facilities, public health facilities, this even makes me to think back when an honorable member of this parliament, Honorable Bernadette Bigirwa, died. She was a movementist. She died in Mbarara Hospital because of no power. Probably if there was power, she could have been operated in good time to save her life in 7th Parliament. At least I was not in Parliament, but I got to know that very well. When it comes to social services, we are all affected equally, especially in health. Go from Mulago to health center to public.
Lope.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I saw you had picked some more colleagues. I was waiting for that, but you have someone me. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think that government needs to get organized. good the Prime Minister has finally walked in. We are in the budget process currently. There are things that are priority to you as government. Bring them now during the budget process. I don't know why you want to bring them through supplementaries, which is unforeseen, unexpected, an emergency situation of sorts. Supplementaries should contain things like Chitezi has happened, Bududa landslides, because that is unforeseen. It is an emergency situation that has happened. We would understand. But these issues, classified, State House, why don't you plan for it? So clearly supplementary budgets continuously get to be abused. Lubowa Hospital. Honorable Speaker, again government keeps taking Parliament for a ride. You do not want Parliament to establish what is happening at that site, but you keep coming back to Parliament to appropriate money to go to that site. Why? Why do you want to keep using Parliament? Because each time we try as Parliament, I went there with colleagues who were denied access, committee went there, it was denied access. I remember, Honorable Speaker, you were still government chief whip, I believe. You were one of those denied access. The Minister for Health was denied access to that place. What is there? What are you doing there exactly? That you want to hide away from us, but you want us to keep appropriating money. Honorable Speaker, I remember the Speaker of Parliament did say that she was going to request. Allow me to. Honorable Speaker, the Speaker of Parliament, when I raised these issues after going with colleagues, said that she was going to request you to go to Lubowa Hospital and then come back to Parliament and fill us in on what's happening. Maybe, right, Honorable Speaker, you might know, because we are constrained to keep passing money for a project we do not understand, we don't know about, government does not want us to supervise. It is not right. Finally, right, Honorable Speaker, I think that as government prioritizes these classifieds and so on and so forth, maybe it would make sense if this supplementary was about domestic areas. Honorable Speaker, we have so many Ugandans that have accorded services and products to government, and government has refused to pay. That money is over 10 trillion shillings. People's businesses are closing. They have acquired loans so that they can do business with government, but government doesn't want to pay. I don't know why you keep consuming these services and products and you don't want to pay. Maybe bring us supplementaries about that, because we should be more interested in our Ugandan business persons whose businesses are crumbling, their houses are being sold, people are dying because of pressure, and government doesn't want to pay. Why?
Thank you. Thank you, Rob. Maybe for the record, I went to Lubowa Hospital. Yes, I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you this, but I went to Lubowa Hospital. And honorable colleagues, I can tell you the work, in fact, I've gone there twice. The work is very impressive now. I've used the word now. No, and I think the committee, I saw the Committee on Presidential Affairs visited. So what I'm going to do, I will request Prime Minister to arrange also rope goes, because let me finish reporting what I saw. And when I went, I even had to interact with our young people who are working there. 700 are working, and they are working 24/7, even on Sunday, because one day visited on a Sunday, another day visited on a Wednesday. And the contractor whom they gave the contract, Technovia, told me that by the end of this April, they will have finished all structure works. That's I'm reporting, and it's very important for me what I saw. So, yes, and Right Honorable, I will request you arrange for Lop to visit with his team. Let the Prime Minister first finish, then Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Happy New Year. Right Honorable Speaker, you have been spot on. We can arrange for the leader of opposition and other colleagues to visit. Colleagues, the work that is there now is at 61.8% complete. physical. And I am reliably informed that all the equipment that is supposed to be used in that hospital is already manufactured and procured. Yes, the staff who are supposed to work in that hospital are still undergoing training in Italy. Right Honorable Speaker, I can confidently say as of now, we are at 61.8% complete. Colleagues, the contractor, like he has said, I have been there once. The contractor, the Technovia, is an international contractor. And they are working day and night. I request that we should give the money so that we complete this in April. I'm being sincere to you. You are going to go there yourselves. I have never, me, Nabanja, I am a strong Catholic. And you know that I call a spade a spade. I always, you know that for me, when it comes to truth, and only the truth, I'll tell you the truth. So, I am being sincere to you. Let us support the contractor so that by April we have our hospital.
Yeah. Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'll be linking with you. Okay, this is administrative, okay? Alop, I'm going to link up with the Prime Minister. We arrange, okay? Oh yeah, we arrange, you go, you visit the facility. Yes. Yes, what the procedure matter?
Mr. Speaker, the procedure issue I have, I even raised it when the Speaker said the Deputy Speaker will go to the war. I asked her, a Speaker who is protected by the rules cannot debate, how will a Deputy Speaker present a report? I asked it. We signed a contract and the Minister of Health was supposed to represent Uganda. The Honorable Ruth Acheng, a medical person, and her team went there, they were chased. The contract was now put under the Prime Minister and Honorable Robin Anabanja, who I respect, but she's not a medical person. The Auditor General has told you the engineer has been stopped access. I am saying the Auditor General. And we are paying on the basis of information provided by the engineer of Peneti. Right, Honorable Speaker. Who do we believe? Can we be told why health? Because I was in this parliament when we are adopting this resolution and said health will represent us. It was chased. Now the Prime Minister said I am a Catholic. Me, I went there. Did we ask you to go and represent us?
Now, Right Honorable, as you come. Now, honorable colleagues, let's admit, okay, what I can admit, and really, it is an open secret that there were problems. Okay, we admit by the time they even shifted to the Prime Minister, I think they wanted someone more authoritative. We must admit there were problems, but in the last 6 months. The progress that has been made in the last 6 months, it's what Right Honourable Prime Minister, you need to showcase to members. Because if members really, because there is nothing, now even if you are at Zana, around Zana, even you got Zana, you just see the whole building, okay? So Right Honourable Prime Minister, showcase the good work you've managed to do since you took over.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I feel Honorable Semuju should be educated that I am the lead of government business in Parliament. Under Article 108, I'm not an intruder in this house. And so, I represent you, even you, Semuju. Yes, I'm not quarreling, but I thought I should educate my brother. You know we are close. So, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, it is an open secret. I am going to go with my brother. We go together Should we go there tomorrow? Now it's not possible. It's only that
you can
tomorrow.
do next week, right, Tony?
Let's do it next week.
Yeah.
Tuesday next week at 10, we are there. Me
Very
and
good.
you.
Very good. Good progress, okay? Thank you. Honourable Minister for Finance. Tuesday next week, we shall have a grand joint tour. I think you need to go together from here. Yeah, so that you make a convoy from here. So, no, don't meet as if you had no program. You go straight.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the Committee on Budget for considering our motion and recommending that the House passes it. I also want to thank Honorable Semuju for taking time to critically analyze our proposals line by line. Mr. Speaker, I want to respond on two main areas. Area one is on the compliance requirements of the law. Mr. Speaker, the law is very clear, as has been explicitly stated, that for an item to qualify for supplementary expenditure, it must be unavoidable, it must be unforeseeable, mainly these two. Mr. Speaker, we have run through these budgets together for quite some time. If I reduced every item in this budget to these two tests, if you don't pass on one, you'll go on two and pass. If you don't pass on unforeseen and you subject it to unavoidable, you will pass. Sorry? When Honorable Namuga was speaking, I was attentively listening. Unavoidable items are those which occur in the financial year that cannot wait for another financial year. And unforeseen items are those at the time of budgeting which did not come to your attention but have arisen in the course of budget execution. Mr. Speaker, I now come to some members are even concerned and want to put me to an extent of telling them what classified is. Mr. Speaker, classified is classified. In our lines, they appear, it's a one-line item spending. Mr. Speaker, lastly, under Section 24 of the Act, they are provided for. Mr. Speaker, my last point is, State House, for the purposes of budgeting and planning, is not a residence. State House is an entity of government with functions and mandate which is clearly stipulated. There are a number of activities and functions which are implemented under State House and whose budget is passed by yes clarification.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honorable Musasi. State House is created by the law on Presidential Emoluments and Benefits Act. Can you tell us in that law what mandate does State House have for you to give it money in the law?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my motion here and my mandate is not guided by any other law apart from the Public Finance Management Act. And whatever I am doing and whatever response I have given complies with the law which governs me in doing this work. State House is a vote. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you.
Oh,
thank you, Honourable Minister.
I think it is fair that I comment on domestic arrears. Mr. Speaker, it is true domestic arrears have been growing over the years on two accounts. Account one is failure for the accounting officers to control them, entering into contracts when there is no budget. Account two is our inability to raise all the required funds to finance the arrears. What have we done? First of all, the 10 trillion is stock. That stock is not verified. The verified arrears are about 2.8 to 3 trillion. Every year we crystallize by 200 billion in the budget, and the current arrears, the significant arrears under the road works, we are talking with Ministry of Works, and very soon we are coming up with a solution of settling the most critical arrears under works. It is about, the figure is about 500 billion. Mr. Speaker, I submit.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Thank you, Honourable Members. Thank you, Chair and Shadow Finance Minister. Members, I put the question that the motion, Honourable Members, I put a question that the motion that the House resolves itself into a committee of supply to consider the supplementary schedule number 1 for the financial year 2024-2025 pursuant to Article 156, Clause 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, and Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure be adopted. Those in favor say aye to the content aye. The ayes have it.
Committee of Supply. Central Government Recurrent Expenditure.
Honourable Members, I propose a question that a sum of Uganda shillings 571 billion 225 million 165,419 shillings be provided to the various central government votes as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. And now put the question that the total sum let me first put the question. Okay, Honorable Semaju.
I am seeking guidance. I thought we were going to deal vote by vote.
Really? No, that's honorable colleagues, really, we have been doing supplementary. Okay? Yeah, I will not be able to go vote by vote. These votes are very clear. you can give your answer, which is a yes or no. You have that power, and I will take heed of that. I now put the question that a total sum of shillings 571,225,165,419 shillings be provided to the various central government votes as supplementary current expenditure for financial year 2023-2024. 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Central government development expenditure.
I now propose the question that a total sum of shillings 133,113,383,291 shillings be provided to the various central government votes as supplementary development expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. Procedure. Honorable.
Chair, I want to thank you. Chair, we are supplying. And procedurally, I seek your indulgence in this matter. Whether it is procedurally right for us to supply what is not evidently on record as pronounced from you. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to supply, every vote and figure must be mentioned, and a decision has to be taken. That's what supply means. It is not right, the way the finance minister wants to insinuate, that we can make an omnibus supply. You are creating a constitutional dilemma. So, Honorable Speaker, this is supply. And that should be the operational word. So it is safer for us to err on the side of mentioning figures because it is supply.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, I don't reinvent anything. I have been here. I have checked the Hansard. It's on several occasions here. Okay? Here. You have been doing it this way. I'm not reinventing anything. So when you're saying that I'm changing what? No. Please, Honorable colleague. It's unfair for a member to come here and insinuate that what I'm doing is out of practice of what you have been doing. So let me guide this way. Okay? If you have any issue with any of the blocks, okay, you can raise it as an amendment, and I put a question on it. Okay? So clarification is when there's someone on the floor. There is no one on the floor. Yes, Honorable Zemji, do you have an amendment on development expenditure, central government?
Mr. Speaker, you will. There is a colleague here who is behaving. You know, I did agriculture.
Honorable, you're on record. Now
yes,
you're bringing rumors.
Animals, when they are in heat period, they behave the way she's behaving.
No, Honorable, that's unparliamentary language.
I have not said I have said animals.
No,
she's not an animal.
No, you said there is a colleague who is behaving.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
No, that one.
I am sorry.
Let's first clear that one.
I withdraw. I am sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Semju.
Mr. Speaker, let the member take comfort. I have said sorry and I withdraw.
Thank you, Honorable Semju.
I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker. 2 amendments. That we don't approve the money for Ruboa and money for State House.
Thank you. I put a question that Honorable Semju's amendments be adopted. Those in favor say to the contrary nay. The nays have it. Honorable colleagues, I now put the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 133 billion 113,383,291 shillings be provided to the various central government votes as supplementary development expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Local government recurrent expenditure.
I propose that a total sum of Uganda shillings 100 billion 964 million 508,422,000 be provided to the various local government votes as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. Honourable members, I now put the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 100 billion 964 million 508,422 shillings be provided to the various local governments votes as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Local government development expenditure.
I propose that the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 175 billion 166 million 569,200 shillings be provided to the various local government votes as supplementary development expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. Honourable members, I now put the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 175 billion 166 million 569,200 shillings be provided to the various local government votes as supplementary development expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Statutory votes recurrent.
Honourable members, I propose the question that a total sum of shillings 70 billion 139 million 325,920 shillings be provided to the various statutory votes as supplementary statutory recurrent expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. I now put the question that a total sum of shillings, Uganda shilling, 70 billion 139 million 325,920 shillings be provided to the various central government votes as supplementary statutory recurrent expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2024-2025.
I propose the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 742 billion 328 million 999,761 shillings be provided to the various votes as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Honourable colleagues, I now put the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 742 billion 328 million 999,761 shillings be provided to the various votes as supplementary recurrent expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. I don't know why you're voting even before.
Total development expenditure for financial year 2024-2025. I
propose a question that a total sum of Uganda shilling 308 billion 279 million 952,491 shillings be provided to the various votes as supplementary development expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Honourable colleagues, I now put the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 308 billion 279 million 952,491 491 shillings be provided to the various votes as supplementary development expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Supplementary expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025, recurrent and development expenditures.
I propose the question that a grand total sum of Uganda shillings 1,608,952,252 shillings be provided to various votes as supplementary recurrent and development expenditure for financial 2024-2025. Honourable members, I now put the question that a total sum of Uganda shillings 1,50,608,952,252 shillings be provided for as the total supplementary recurrent and development for financial year 2024-2025. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Minister for Finance.
Right Honorable Chair, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto.
Honourable Minister, it's a committee of supply. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move a motion that the House do resume and the committee of supply reports thereto.
Honourable members, I now put the question that the House do resume and the committee of supply reports thereto. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of Supply.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplementary schedule, the supplementary expenditure schedule number 1 for financial year 2024-2025 and passed it with no amendments.
Thank you, Honourable Minister.
Motion for adoption of the report from the Committee of Supply.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the report from the Committee of Supply be adopted.
Honourable members, I now put the question that the report of the Committee of Supply be adopted by this House. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations, Honourable Minister. Congratulations, Chair and Honourable members. Honourable Minister, I appreciated your statement when you thanked the Honourable Somju for analyzing in detail your submission in terms of the budget, the supplementary budget proposals. It's very, very important that we take the report he submitted and we pick critical areas he raised and we look into them as we are coming into the next budgeting. Honourable colleagues, I want to thank you for addressing this issue. Next item. I think we should do Prime Minister's time, okay, so that we are able to address the concerns which members have.
Item number 10 on the order paper, Prime Minister's time.
Why don't we start with item number 9 quickly and then we go 10.
Item number 9 on the order paper, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for succeeding week, 28th-30th January 2025, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure that requires me, as lead of government business, to make a statement in this House regarding the government business of the succeeding week. I'm therefore submitting the following business for the succeeding week. 1. Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill 2024. Number 2, the Animal Disease Amendment Bill 2024. Number 3, the Labor Unions Amendment Bill 2024. And the National Social Security Fund Voluntary Contributions and the Benefits Regulations 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Next item.
Item 10 on the order paper, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, we received a number of questions. One was from Honorable Osuru Morin, District Woman Representative Arua City. And her prayer is what are government's plans to end the vice of confiscating people's national identity cards as security for loans by money lenders. Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that the growing practice of confiscating national identity cards as collateral for loans by money lenders violates the rights and dignity of our citizens. It also poses a serious threat to national security and social stability. The national identity card is now a critical document that serves as proof of identity, nationality, and citizenship. It is essential for assessing a wide range of services. However, there has been a disturbing increase in the number of reports where money lenders are taking these vital documents as collateral for loans. This illegal practice leaves the borrowers vulnerable and deprives them of their most basic identification document, thereby leading to further financial and social marginalization. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, when a national identity card is confiscated, it severely limits an individual's ability to participate in various livelihood activities. Without their ID, citizens cannot open bank accounts, receive government services, or even verify their identity in various circumstances when the situation warrants. This practice disproportionately affects the most vulnerable members of our society, including the poor, elderly, and uneducated, who may not fully understand their rights or the legal implications of surrendering their IDs in this manner. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, confiscation of national IDs may, by money lenders, open the door for exploitation and abuse. Individuals who find themselves unable to repay their loans are often subjected to harassment, intimidation, and further financial extortion. This cycle of exploitation exacerbates poverty and undermines efforts to foster social and economic development in our communities. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, government is committed to protecting the rights of all its citizens and ensuring that the national identity cards retains its intended purpose as an enabler for easy access to services, not exploitation. To address this issue, government has undertaken the following measures. 1, legal framework. As you are aware, there are various laws, including the Constitution, that create special or specific rights as well as obligations regarding this subject. Article 29(2)(c) provides that every Ugandan shall have a right to a passport or other travel document, in this case, a national ID, which is also a recognized travel document, and thereby or therefore nobody has the right to deprive a holder of a national ID of the same. Section 77B of the Registration of Persons Act, Cap 332, provides that a person who without authority deprives or depossesses a holder of his or her national identity card commits an offense, as you all know. Further, Section 77E of the Registration of Persons Act 332 provides that a person who unlawfully keeps or takes possession of an identity card that belongs to another person commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 48 currency points, which is Uganda shillings 960, or imprisonment not exceeding 3 years or both. Section 69(3) of the Registration of Persons Act provides that an issued national identity card remains the property of government. A money lender, therefore, has no authority to deprive or depossesses a person of his or her national identity card. In a bid to enforce the above provisions, government has further enacted the Tier 4 microfinance institutions and money lenders regulations, statutory instrument number 8 of 2018, which explicitly prohibits the demand or acceptance of a national identity card as collateral for any money advanced to a borrower as a loan. That Honorable Speaker, therefore, any money lender found in violation of these laws and regulations is in breach of the law and is convicted, and if convicted, is liable to suffer severe penalties, including the revocation or non-renewal of their operating licenses, payment of fines, and imprisonment. Number 2, upgrade of the national identity card by introducing digital IDs. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, you are aware that NIRA is in the process of upgrading the national identity card by rolling out digital or electronic identity cards, EIDs. One of the advantages of the introduction of EIDs is that it will combat the troubling practice of confiscating national identity cards as collateral for loans by money lenders. The introduction of EIDs will reduce dependency on physical cards for identification purposes. With digital verification, citizens will be able to authenticate their identity using electronic means such as mobile apps or online platforms. This planned shift reduces the risk of physical IDs being used as collateral, since digital identity verification does not require the physical handover of the card. Government is cognizant of the fact that the majority of its citizens do not yet have access to internet and smartphones to enable the immediate implementation of a universal digital ID system. However, When this happens, it will be the ideal solution to decisively deal with this challenge. Number 3, public awareness campaign. The government is undertaking nationwide public awareness campaigns to educate citizens about their rights and the dangers of surrendering their national identity cards as collateral. Government agencies such as NIRA, Uganda Police Force, and the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, UMRA, have undertaken several media engagements to create awareness in the public about illegal acts of misuse of a national identity card as collateral. Number 4, strengthening oversight and enforcement. Government has stepped up enforcement of the law by arresting and prosecuting persons involved in this illegal practice. For example, in Irira, it was reported by the police in the North Choga region that operations conducted on 5th August 2024 within Irira city targeting money lending companies recovered 149 national identity cards, and this helped us to engage and inform the public on the same. Number 5, engagement with stakeholders. Government, like I'm doing now, will continue to engage with key stakeholders, including parliament, financial institutions, other political leaders, civil society, and community leaders to ensure a collaborative approach to ending this practice. This will include dialogues and consultations aimed at identifying and addressing the root cause of this issue. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, confiscation of national identity cards as a security to loans is a deplorable practice that must be stopped immediately. Government is fully committed to protecting the rights and dignity of our citizens by ensuring that their national identity card retain their integrity and remain in their possession and are used only for their intended purpose. To achieve this, citizens themselves must cooperate by avoiding this illegal practice as much as possible, or reporting to authorities to retrieve the confiscated national identity cards. Question number 2 is from Honorable Ocheru Jimbrick Norman, Abim District. Says that Abim Hospital was constructed between 1969 to 1971 during Obote I regime and enjoyed decay up to today. The hospital is dilapidated. This is according to the member, to the extent of becoming non-functional. That every time government allocates money to its renovation, it is made at the tail end of the financial year and gets caught up and swept back to the consolidated fund before being utilized. His questions are 2. 1, that why is Abim Hospital the only one in the country that suffers with budget cuts and its money swept back into the consolidated fund? The second question is that who decides which hospital takes the first call on the releases? Honorable Speaker and members, this is my response. Abim General Hospital was constructed in 1970s, and like any other general hospital that was constructed during that period, it needs serious renovation of its infrastructure and expansion to cater for the increased population and demand for health services. The estimated cost of renovating and expansion of this hospital is about 40 billion Uganda shillings. However, Government has been allocating funds for critical infrastructure renovation of these hospitals, and Abim General Hospital received 2 billion for uplifting key service delivery units to improve service delivery. The funds were extended to the district local government, which failed to provide accountability, and the IGG took over the issue of investigation. Additionally, the Minister of Health has submitted to the Minister of Finance and Economic Development a project proposal to renovate, refurbish all general hospitals in that category. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has committed is committed to mobilize funds to undertake these capital-intensive projects in the medium term. Question number 3 came from Honorable George Didi, Obonji constituency. There is a persistent border conflict between Obonji...
Honorable colleague, just right, Honorable. Prime Minister has time, no interruption to the Prime Minister, no clarification. Only the leader of opposition has a right of reply. That's how you designed your rules. Rule 41.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. The other question is from Honorable George Didi, Obonji constituency, that there is a persistent border conflict between Obonji and the Yumbe district that has been raised on this floor of Parliament as an urgent matter of national importance without action taken by government. And his prayer is, what steps have my office taken to fast track the sustainable resolution of the border conflict between Obonji and Yumbe districts, among other similar district border conflicts in West Nile, that have resulted in loss of lives, property, and disruption of service delivery and livelihood of citizens in the affected communities. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that government constituted a task force comprising of technical officers from the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development to study and resolve all border conflicts in local governments. The Ministry of Local Government is in the process of mobilizing resources to conduct border survey and the opening exercise of all conflicting local governments, including the boundary between Obonji and the Yumbe district. That Honorable Speaker, this exercise is planned to be implemented by the end of this quarter. Honorable Kamuntu Moses, MP Rubanda, County in Rwanda district, that the Batwa group of people were evicted from their ancestral land in the forests in 1991 for wildlife conservation, and since then they have suffered severe socio-economic challenges, including displacement, poverty, malnutrition, lack of access to education and health care. According to 2022 Uganda Demographic and Health Survey, 40% of the children suffer from malnutrition and only 20% of the population have access to health care services. The report indicates that 70% of the population, according to him, live below the poverty line, while 60% of the households, according to the member, experience chronic food insecurity, and 17% of the women being illiterate. These indicators reflect the urgent need for government's intervention. And his prayer is that can government update this House on when is government providing health facilities closer to Batwa to increase increase access to health care. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is that Uganda has a number of indigenous people. For example, Batwa, the Iki, Beneti, among others. The Batwa live in the districts of Kanungu, Kisoro, Rubanda, and Kasese, along the forested border with the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. The Batwa population is approximately 6,700 as of 2022, according to the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. A study done in Kanungu district shows that the proportion of Batwa with geographic access to the nearest health facility by walking within 30 minutes is around 44%, increasing to, we hope it will increase to 90% within 60 minutes, 1 hour, and to 100 within 120 minutes or 2 hours. The most geographically accessible Batwa settlements are Buhoma, Byumba, Kitaliro, and Kalehe. Using all modes of transport, the residents of the above 4 settlements could reach their nearest health facilities within less than 10 minutes. This accounted for only 41.7% Batwa geographic access coverage. The residents of Batwa settlement of Lulangala, Bikuto, Kebiremu, Mukongoro, and Kihembe could reach their nearest health facility within less than 60 minutes. That's 1 hour. In a scenario combining all modes of transport. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the above findings are crucial for health managers, especially at the local level, for planning health care outreach services and health promotion campaign, notably in Kanungu district and similar regions where populations live in hilly and inaccessible terrain like Kanungu district. I provided a table below that shows the sub-counties where Batwa are resident and health facilities where they can access services. It is on page 10, 11, and 12. As clearly shown in the tables above, these areas are well serviced with health facilities. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, a multi-sectoral approach is, however, needed to address the social and cultural barriers so as to enable the Batwa people access services and reduce poor health outcomes. I got another question, number 5, from Kiza Kenneth Nyendwoha, Bujenje County. He says that the Hoima Kinyara Kafu High Voltage Power Line is a planned electricity transmission line designed to connect the high voltage substation at Kabale, Buseruka Sub-County, Hoima District, to another high voltage substation at Kafuna Kasongola District. The power line traverses Kinyara Sugar Works in Masindi District, providing critical infrastructure to enhance power supply. This power line project aims to, 1, connect the region to the Karuma Hydro electric power station, that is 600 megawatts, through the substation at Kafu, improving grid reliability in the western region. Number 2, according to him, is to support cogeneration at Kinyara Sugar Works, increasing energy production from 14 megawatts to 45 megawatts. Number 3, evacuate power from Hoima's oil fields, including the proposed 100 megawatt natural gas-fired Nzizi thermal power station, and supply power to the Hoima metropoles, including the Uganda oil refinery, the Kabale Hoima International Airport, Hoima City, and the Uganda terminus of the East African crude oil pipeline. His prayer that the Hoima Chinyara Kafu 220 kV high voltage power line was initiated to significantly enhance electricity supply in Uganda's western region and support critical infrastructure projects in the oil and energy sectors. However, the project, according to the member, remains incomplete despite the strategic objectives outlined above. That could I provide clarity on the reasons for these delays and share an updated timeline for when the project will be completed? Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, below is my response. That the project developer is Dot Services, who is currently undertaking the feasibility study for the transmission line, and it is associated and its associated substations that is at 95% complete. A draft report was submitted in May 2023, followed by a revised version on 15th March 2024. The revised study is under review by Uganda Electricity Transmission Company to ensure it meets the required technical and financial benchmarks. This review process is critical to confirming the viability and alignment of the project with the national energy goals. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, in parallel, the project is undergoing appraisal under the Public Investment Management System and is currently at the pre-feasibility stage. This appraisal aims to ensure the project aligns with the national investment priorities and delivers value for money, a key consideration for infrastructure projects of this magnitude. The delays in the project implementation are attributed to these ongoing negotiations and feasibility study and reviews. The government remains fully committed to addressing these challenges and accelerating the implementation of this critical infrastructure to enhance electricity access. Number 6, question came from Honorable Dr. Yume, MP Koboko Municipality. In 2023, the Uganda Organ Donation and Transplant Act 2023 was enacted. There is currently a backlog of over 100 patients who need kidney transplant services. According to him, Mulago Hospital now has a capacity for kidney transplant, while Lubaga Hospital has a capacity for liver transplant services. The only limitation is the appointment and the operationalization of the Organ Transplant Council. His prayer is that when will government constitute and operationalize the council in order to save lives and limit medical tourism, especially for those who cannot travel abroad for transplant services. My response, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members, is that the government, the Uganda Human Organ Donation and Transplant Act 2022 was assented to by the President on 15th March 2023. To operationalize this law requires a 7-member Human Organ Donation and Transplant Council appointed by the Honorable Minister responsible for health to superintend over a number of functions. For example, regulation, organization, and supervision of all national human organ, tissue, and cell donation and transplant activities. Number 2, to regulate designated transplant centers and approved banks, enforce such standards as may be prescribed by the Minister for designated transplant centers and approved banks, investigate any complaint of breach of any of the provisions of this Act or any other applicable law. Inspect designated transplant centers and approved banks periodically for examination of the quality of transplantation and the follow-up medical care to persons who have undergone transplantation and persons from whom organs are removed, oversee the national waiting list, etc. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the budget requirement to effect the establishment of this council is Uganda shilling 7,297,185,357. On this money, Uganda shilling 5 billion was requested this financial year by the Ministry of Health. When these funds are released by Finance, the Uganda Organ Donation and Transplant Council will be constituted. 7 members have since been identified for consideration by Cabinet and appointment. Honorable Wile Sanon Buramoji. His question is that in this past festival season, the urban settings in Uganda have faced different series of crime, which are termed as urban crimes that rose by 10% as reported in the newspapers, caused by gang activities, theft, illicit trade, assault, pickpocketing, robbery, and cybercrime that target financial systems and dealers. A couple of these stem from high youth unemployment, poverty, and drug abuse, especially in the urban setting. Right Honorable Prime Minister, what is government doing to ensure Ugandans on their safety, to assure Ugandans on their safety? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is that safety of people and their property is more crucial for growth and development. The government of Uganda is prioritizing institutional reforms with main goal of improving peace and security of people and their properties. This is being done by investing more in socio-economic intervention areas and technological advancement. The specialized anti-crime units with advanced forensic tools are being beefed up with more advanced machines. The CID and CMI are more equipped with better trained personnel in both covert and overt intelligence information gathering and processing. Additionally, the public is being sensitized continuously on reporting any suspicious activities around them through police initiative of crime reporting program. There is also enhanced coordination and fight against corruption in security enforcement entities so as these crimes to face the law. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government has further established better technologies such as urban closed circuit television networks that have reduced crimes in towns. Cybersecurity infrastructure is also being expanded to curb cybercrime. The last question, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is from Honorable Agnes Kirabo, the Youth Member of Parliament Central. She says that the teachers who are soon to be recruited by government to seed schools have been threatened not to ask for transfer, hence denying them their right to be transferred. It should be noted that some teachers do request for transfer due to health conditions, others due to having served in hard-to-reach and hard-to-live areas for a long time. But the Ministry of Education has denied them that opportunity. And her question, why should government frustrate these teachers' mobility? Yet, some may have genuine reasons for a transfer. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my response is that it has been a culture that any teacher would ask for transfer with justifiable reasons beyond social reasons to other work station, at least after serving for 2 years in his or her current station. However, government has new guidance that the new teachers to be recruited will be required to serve in a school for at least 5 years in a new station before asking for transfer. And the government is soon recruiting a new set of secondary school teachers. And in their appointment letters and posting instructions, it will be clearly stated that they will work for at least 5 years before asking for a transfer. The purpose of this new procedure is to allow stability of teachers in schools, to avoid continuous mobility, which affects the effectiveness of teaching and learning. Secondly, it will enable smooth monitoring and supervision of teachers to support especially the seed secondary schools that are often deserted by teachers after accessing the government payroll. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Very detailed answers. But I think, we will discuss, but I think we can work it out that no answer should exceed 1 page. Okay? But the details are very, very good for us, but also not to burden you so much and to save some time for oral questions. Honourable colleagues, before you stand up, there is one item I want us to sort out quickly. It's a compliance issue. It's very, very short. So it's around 1 page or 2. Item number 7.
Item number 7, the order paper. Motion for resolution of Parliament seeking approval to amend Schedule 2 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 118.
Honourable Minister, then after we've done, we are coming to the oral questions. It's a very quick one.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this motion is moved under Rule 55 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, whereas Parliament enacted the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 118, to provide for the prohibition and prevention of money laundering, the establishment of the Financial Intelligence Authority and the Financial Intelligence Authority Board in order to combat money laundering activities, to impose certain duties on institutions and other persons, businesses and professions who might be used for money laundering purposes, to make orders in relation to proceeds of crime and properties of offenders, to provide for international cooperation in investigations, prosecution, and other legal processes of prohibiting and preventing money laundering, to designate money laundering as an extraditable offense, and to provide for procedures relating to suspicious transactions and other related matters, aware that Schedule 2 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act sets out a list of accountable persons to enable the combating of money laundering, noting that Section 142(2) of the Anti-Money Laundering Act provides that the minister responsible for finance may, by statutory instrument and with the approval of Parliament, amend the list of accountable persons in the second schedule by deleting from the list any person or category of persons not being used and not likely to be used in the future for money laundering purposes. And whereas the minister responsible for finance proposes to amend Schedule 2 relating to accountable persons to remove non-government organizations, churches, and other charitable organizations, or non-profit organizations as required by the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, and to enable risk-based supervision of non-government organizations, churches, and other charitable organizations, or non-profit organizations under the Non-Government Organizations Act, Cap 109, cognizant that the minister responsible for finance, in accordance with Section 142(3) of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, consulted the board of the Financial Intelligence Authority, which agreed with the minister's proposal to amend the Schedule 2 relating to accountable persons to remove non-government organizations, churches, and other charitable organizations or non-profit organizations, noting that the minister responsible for finance, in accordance with Section 142(3)(b) of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, by notice in the Gazette, gave the persons to be affected by the proposed amendment at least 60 days notice to submit written representations to the minister, and no such person submitted any representations to the matter. Now therefore, be it resolved by Parliament that Schedule 2 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act be amended with the approval of Parliament in accordance with Section 142(2) of Cap 118 to remove non-government organizations, churches, and other charitable organizations or non-profit organizations as required by the Financial Action Task Force, FATF. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to move.
The motion is seconded. Honorable Sarira, Honorable Kero, Honorable Itungo, Honorable Nankabira, Honorable Rusoke, Honorable Yamukama Fred, Honorable Huda Oreru, Honorable Pendi, Honorable Tamaguzi, Honorable Biga Rose, Honorable Tommy Singo, Honorable Muishant Pe. Yeah, the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Yes, thank you. Honorable Minister, would you want to justify this motion?
Mr. Speaker, briefly, following the removal of Uganda from the Financial Action Task Force grey list in February 2024, Uganda was required to delist non-government organizations, churches, and other charitable organizations from Schedule 2 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 118, and in March 2024, the Financial Action Task Force noted with concern that Uganda needed to ensure that oversight on non-profit organizations is risk-based instead of classifying them as obliged entities or accountable persons. This position was also emphasized by the Eastern and Southern Africa Anti-Money Laundering Group, what we call ESAMLAG. And Mr. Speaker, it is upon this background that I invite colleagues to support this motion so that we are able to comply with the FATF requirements and avoid the risk of returning Uganda on the grey list. I beg to move.
Thank you. Very straightforward. Colleagues, I now put the question at the motion for the resolution of Parliament seeking approval to amend Schedule 2 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Cap 118, as presented by the Minister, be adopted. Those in favor, sign. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Congratulations, Honourable Minister. Now go and finish your task. You don't want to be accused of not helping you quickly. Honourable James Mamawi, we've resumed the Prime Minister's time. Honourable James Mamawi, Honourable Tima Jackson.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you so much. Yesterday, you ably responded to the issue I wanted to raise quickly.
It's 1 minute, Honourable, which
and
you have.
I want to thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I come from refugee hosting district, and we have a lot of challenge in refugee settlement as far as law enforcement is concerned. There are a low number of police officers who are taking who are taking care of our refugees, and we request that if you can add the number of police officers in all settlements, we shall be very grateful. Right, Honourable Speaker. I thank you.
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker and honourable members, today we had a meeting with the Uganda Police Force on the same, and we are going to handle.
Thank you. Honourable Atima.
Thank you very much.
Today.
Okay, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I have this issue. I will never sleep over this issue if I have not got good answers from this House and from government. The state of road from Nebi to Arua is so perturbing. Yesterday I raised it. It had no good answer from the person who represented government. Right, Honourable Prime Minister, the road section from Nebi to Arua City, that is Kamukamu in Kuluva, Ochoko, Arevo, Bondo, and Olepi, is in a very sorry state. It needs urgent intervention from government. Right, Honourable Prime Minister, my question is, can you direct Minister of Works and Transport to undertake immediate spot filling to avert motorists, travelers, and business communities from accidents and theft of cargo as government looks for a long-term solution? Number two, Right Honourable Prime Minister, can you direct Minister of Internal Affairs to support Uganda Police with the new patrol vehicles and increase on personnel to patrol that?
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The Ministry of Internal Affairs is directed to provide a patrol car on that section, and the Ministry of Works is also directed to undertake physical maintenance on that part of the road. That is Nebi Arua.
Thank you. Honourable Bigaros, Honourable Saro Pendi, then Honourable Mwezo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yesterday I raised an issue of illegal gold mining in Terego, Odupi, and Ore River is totally contaminated. We have Chinese miners there, and my people are being exploited. Can I get an answer from government how these Chinese reached Terego without documents that permit them to be in Terego in the mineral place, and they are busy terrorizing the people of Terego and Yumbe? Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Energy. Prime Minister has given me permission. When I say minister, we move quickly.
Thank you very much. Kindly send me the name of the Chinese company so that I can follow up. Secondly, I'll send the Minister of State to come to the ground and also talk to the people. But I would like more details so that I can cross-check with the information that I have to know whether their license is authentic or it is not authentic.
Thank you, Honourable Saro Pendi. Honourable Mwezo.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as we speak now, there is paralysis at the Malaba border point, and that is the border between Uganda and Kenya. Malaba is in Tororo district. It is said that a Uganda Revenue Authority uniforms were being imported in the country, and unfortunately when the people contacted URA, they actually stated that they did not know about these uniforms. So the person who was actually responsible was a Kenyan national who was later arrested and brought to an unknown place here at the center. So the people in Kenya around the border have actually blocked the border point. There are no vehicles moving from Uganda to Kenya, and for us that is a concern because we are now worried of our children. Can I just conclude, right?
You know we have 1 minute and we want a question. So the question now.
So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, are you aware of this matter? And if so, can you resolve this matter in the shortest time possible so that the trucks can move?
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I am aware under Bubu, government contracted one of our service providers to provide uniform for URA. Now, instead of making these uniforms from Uganda, he wanted to import from Kenya. This deal, it's a deal, and we have been able to arrest all those involved, including one police officer from Kenya, other technical people from Uganda, but we have already taken them to court, and they have taken a plea, and after that they were released on court bail. But the road is now open. I can authoritatively say the business now is not back to normal. You know, the Kenyan police and other people from Kenya were trying to, I think, protect their own. But they have since known that this was an illegal activity.
Thank you.
And even the bales that were hidden in some house somewhere have been also confiscated. We shall crack on all these illegal activities.
Thank you, Honorable Barimwezo. Then Honorable Rutamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me way. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Kampala-Jinji Express Highway is one of the most bankable projects that Uganda has. For over 8 years, the PAPs have not been paid, despite the fact that during the debate of the budget, the Minister of Works, through the Attorney General, told this Parliament that all the money for compensation of the PAPs was available. Today, as we speak, the PAPs cannot do renovation of their structures. They cannot construct toilets, and therefore they're using flying toilets, which may result in a disease burden. So we are worried of the circumstances in which our PAPs live. When are you?
Thank you, Right Honorable. The Minister for Works is here if you want.
Now that my younger brother is here, he might have an authentic answer.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, come.
When are you paying PAPs for Kampala-Jinji Expressway?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. We have some money to pay the PAPs, but I'm requesting the Honorable to be patient. We go through this transition of UNRA. When we have the money made to be on the vote of UNRA in our accounts, we start paying probably by 15th of next month. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I no longer sleep very well in my constituency of Nakaseke South due to the presidential pledges. Since you're going to celebrate 39 years of NRM, I want you to update us on these presidential pledges to the people of Nakaseke. The supply of electricity to the people of Chikubampanga, where the president used to sleep, the people of Chitanswa, the people of Lukabala, Kisimula, and Chibale. Then secondly, he pledged an ambulance to Semuto Health Center 4. Then thirdly, he pledged to rehabilitate Kakonda Primary School, where I used to sleep when we were still a rebel. Then lastly, the graveling of Lugogo Road, which connects the district of Nakaseke to Luwero. Please, I want to know the update of those.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I want my brother to have a sleep today. I'm going to sleep very well because I have the answers. I know the number of projects that are being implemented right now, and you know this. Yes, Luwero Butalangu Road is almost 52% complete. Clap. We are currently rehabilitating and making sure that we complete Luwero Hospital by Army Brigade. Clap. Clap. Then for the electricity, I know under the SCARA project, Honorable Nankabirwa can give you an update. Things are moving.
Ambulance.
Right, Honorable Speaker, 49% of all the commitments of government we made between the people of Uganda during this Kisanja are complete. 39% of others are almost complete. This year, I must be sincere to you, honorable members. The NRM government is going to perform above 84%.
Thank you.
And you know that the ambulance is coming.
No, right honorable, the woman MP Nakaseke, maybe I can allow her information. You are woman MP, Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to give information on the ambulance. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wanted to give information on the ambulance that was pledged by His Excellency Kaguta Museveni for Semuto Health Center. It was delivered. It is there. Honorable Tamaguzi, that ambulance is there. I can even give you the pictures for Semuto Health Center.
So, Honorable Tamaguzi, clap. No, honorable colleagues, this is very easy to verify, okay? Yes, so the woman MP is saying the ambulance is there. So it's up to you. The people of Nakaseke know, okay? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, the NRM government has been implementing these pledges. And in general terms, let me inform my colleague and the House that at least we can talk about 60% electricity access in the entire country. Remembering where we came from when we had only 100 megawatts by 1986, we have worked on the generation. The people of Chikuwampanga will get this power, like we have been doing, like we've just supplied to the people of Sambwe and the rest. So please hold on, we are coming and we shall bring this electricity.
Rutamaguzi clap. Today Rutamaguzi has been, yes. Honorable Mudimi, Honorable Najuma, what did you, Honorable Mudimi, Honorable Najuma, Honorable Joan Okia.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, you recall, it is 2 months since we had a disaster in our place, and a number of infrastructure got damaged. Bridges, roads. There is a specific bridge which connects most of the sub-counties of Elgoni County, 5 of them, which was washed. I've talked to Minister of Works. They said they don't have a budget, but we have a provision under Section 26 and 27 of PFM on the contingency fund. Is there a way government can fix that bridge under contingency fund? Because the cost of goods have doubled, apparently, and the Wananchi are suffering. And
thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Minister for Roads. I saw the Prime Minister trying to check if you are attentive.
That Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I want to appreciate that those people need support. I was there myself. I remember walking 9 kilometers on foot to reach that place where he's talking about. And I want to request members to give a moment of silence in remembrance of those people who lost their dear life.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have done the following so far. Right Honorable Speaker, we have been able to relocate a big numbers of families in that area. Secondly, the Ministry of Works and my office are in touch to see how best we can reconstruct the infrastructure that got washed away, especially that bridge he's talking about. We are in advanced stages. Feasibility study and designs were already carried out. So I just want to inform my brother that we shall look for money at whatever cost, and so that you can have access, because 5 sub-counties are many.
Thank you. Honorable Najuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker,
Procedure, Honorable Sari.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. My judge, the one I love so much, the Prime Minister, did authorize and direct us to observe a moment of silence, which is perfectly okay as human beings. But what Honorable Speaker, that's for purposes of procedural clarity, that a member on the floor can only seek for a moment through the Speaker, and it is the Speaker to authorize. We don't want to set a bad precedent that tomorrow I will come and say, let's stand up for a moment of silence and do it anyhow. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I needed procedural clarity so that your powers are not usurped by my judge there.
Thank you. You know, Honorable Vasari is a president. He fears that his powers might also be taken that way. But I think we should clarify further, because the Right Honorable, when she was raising it, she looked at me. I told you, colleagues, sometimes we communicate by sign language. So I think I should have notified you. So I should have, most of you have been communicating by sign language. So I think I should have notified you that she wanted through the Right Honorable Speaker. But your point is valid. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, there are telecommunication companies that are giving out lines in people's names when they're using people's national IDs when the owners are not aware. Today I went to Crested Towers, that M10 center, and a lady had come to replace a line. She was informed that there is another line in her names, and she wasn't aware of the line. So what is government doing on that issue, because it's also a security threat? Some people will be arrested when they are not aware. So government should take note of that and act accordingly. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Right Honorable. No, colleagues, you know, Prime Minister's time, we don't have additional questions on the same.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, it is true, I have got complaints that people's lines have changed ownership without the consent of the owners. I now direct the Minister of ICT and National Guidance to take charge and make sure that the lines of Ugandans are not just changed out of the blue. And I request that you allow him report thereafter.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister, on top of what you have said, this is a very big cartel, I think, which we shouldn't just take on face surface. We should assign the Committee on ICT to investigate this matter deeply, because it's not just There is a time when nearly all our SIM cards had been hijacked. Many members were seeing messages. My SIM card has been hijacked. My SIM card has been hijacked. And then the criminals who are still roaming around, they do this, they say send mobile money. But we said all numbers which are not registered shouldn't be right, shouldn't be active. I don't know why they are continuing to do that. So I think it's high time the committee, I see in other countries, parliaments interrogating telecoms. Yes, the executives of telecoms appear before parliament, and even the public appears and registers cases. Right Honourable Right Honourable Minister for Finance, remember I told you about the issue of someone who is harassing me on loans, online loans. The public is waiting. Up to now, people are still crying. I'm still receiving messages. Right Honourable Prime Minister, there are apps online. They go, they submit your name, okay? That as a guarantor. You know, these apps, Right Honourable Prime Minister, when you download it, it asks you for a guarantor, and it doesn't verify. So I can put in your number, Nobanja. Now, after putting it in, they give you money. And then when you don't pay, because their business is too risky, they start harassing. They use a method of harassing. Some people are committing suicide. In India, for example, in India, I was reading a report in India, and above all, the app harvests data from your phone. They access your pictures, they access your contacts, and then start threatening you. We have your naked pictures, we have your what. If you don't, they send to parents, they send to neighbors, they send it to everyone. That's how they demand money. But I've raised it, and really, Honourable Minister, I don't know whether you've already called these people for a meeting and the report you promised. It's a serious matter. Yes, people are doing badly. People are selling land, people are fearing to be embarrassed. And I'm told one thing which I followed on social media, maybe I'm going to tell my team to compile and give you a report. He said, you will do nothing about it because it is powerful people taking this money. I'm telling you. Honorable Naruyima.
Right, Honorable, thank you so much. And I'd registered that same item. Because what happened, one of these days, one of us in this building had used those apps, monetary apps, and yesterday they sent to many of us informing us that we are the guarantors. And they went ahead to get a police-headed paper and put that person there. And then later on, when I checked the number that sent me that I'm a guarantor, and they are demanding money, and they will go ahead to deduct from my mobile money in case I don't meet those expenses, only to check the number wasn't registered, and I also forwarded that line, the number which is not registered. So we are still asking up to this day, why should we have such going on? Why are numbers not registered? Why? What is UCC up to when we still have numbers that are not registered in circulation, and they are really disturbing many of us and many of Ugandans? I beg to ask.
Honorable Tumuzugu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under those circumstances, you know all our numbers are on parliamentary website.
Yes.
And they are very easy to access. And being politicians, these numbers might be used by those people who want guarantors. So we are at a very high risk because our contacts are online. So we need to do something as quickly as possible so that we do not, all of us do not fall victims. Thank you so much.
No, let's conclude this matter because we are just, I wanted to give a chance on to others. I have very many colleagues who have. So since I've already directed that the Committee for ICT investigates this matter, okay? Honourable Minister, I don't know the one of these of loan apps. Yes?
That's what I want. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, what we have not focused on is the regulation of now these online money lending, ICT, yes, online money lending apps. There is no regulation. It is there. So if the regulation is there, why is the regulation not being enforced? And can the people who, in the regulations, why shouldn't somebody first be consulted? If you need a guarantor from the normal banks, if I went to a bank now, the bank would actually ask somebody to physically, guarantee me for a loan. But now online, anybody puts your number, and that is, if there are regulations, Honorable Minister of Finance, who is saying there are regulations, then there is a gap in the regulations. Maybe, Right Honorable Speaker, it is this that we should ask the minister, responsible Minister of Finance, to actually go and revise these regulations, or even amend the law so that, they tighten some of these loopholes that are existing currently.
Thank you. Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My case is actually somebody borrows money from my account without my consent, and then when you load, it deducts. Is it Wewole has collected this much? Then another one, is it Quick Loan has collected this much when you've never borrowed at all? So it is a very dangerous thing. I've lost a lot of money. I've got a lot of proof on that, because my Nini can be printed from Airtel.
Thank you. Now, you see, when they tell you that we shall access your mobile money and deduct the money you guaranteed without knowing, this is what is happening. Honourable Minister for Finance, I don't know what you've done. I cried out to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we instituted an investigation. I need to check whether they have concluded the report and report back to you. But Mr. Speaker, also, these are illegal platforms. The legal ones are regulated. The National Payment Systems Law created an avenue for all these payment platforms to be regulated. But what is happening is illegal. It is being done outside the existing law. Mr. Speaker, I am also a victim. Not for money, but someone was abusing me sustainably, attacking me left, right, and center, until when I reported and the number was investigated to find this was a registered number being used by someone I know, but registered with using an ID of a non-existent person, a forged ID. So you can imagine, we are all in the same boat. Mr. Speaker, on the payment platforms, let me follow up, because it is long since you brought this matter to our attention. Let me follow up and report back to the House next week.
Thank you. I'll be really, really glad to see the action being taken, because people are dying quietly. And on abuse, Right Honourable and colleagues, on abuse, colleagues, we are going into election period. A lot is going to be done to you. What we usually call saddling. It's going to be tougher. You have names, people are going to use your names recently. So recently, I just woke up. I saw some lady running, wasn't it around second what? A video on me that I'm sleeping with some celebrity woman, some celebrity lady in town, and she appeared serious, breaking news. I found she's doing that because she's hiding in Canada. She's in Canada. She's on TikTok. My wife was the first to send it to me. She's in Canada. She's on TikTok. She is talking authoritatively about someone whose number I don't have, someone whom I've never spoken to, and say the person. Then now she has talked about another MP here. Also, I sent him a message, one of our colleagues, saying they've also added you, and because now because TikTok pays, people are desperately looking for content, so they just go. Someone called Senga Acid. You first hear Acid. She's a Mchiga from. She abuses, she attacks people in Uganda, but she's a Mchiga from here, Kabari. Now, I must follow her. Because we cannot allow this nonsense to continue. Because you're in Canada, hiding in Canada, one day they will visit Uganda. The law will be applied here. Yes, you can't just go destroy people's families. And it's not only me. I'm told many people. You can't go destroy people's families because you're in Canada and you're safe in Canada, and then they pay you because you have run content and adverts are being run on your page. You make money by destroying my name, my reputation, and you think we shall keep quiet. So I think we have to go for these people. We cannot allow this nonsense to really. We must report to police. We ensure they are investigated, Anyway, it's, some of these things are annoying, and we have been patient, but to come and put someone on me because you want to make content and you make money, it's very unfair. I think it's very unfair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, I had already allowed who?
Joanne.
I had allowed Honorable Joanne Okia.
Thank you.
So from Honorable Joanne Okia, Honorable Sarira, Honorable Nangori, Honorable Christine Nak.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madiokolo District is grappling with low staffing levels, the lowest in the country at 33%. There was a ban on recruitment, and the 250 million shillings that was meant to recruit staff in that financial year was swept back. Now, a few districts with higher staffing levels were okayed, were approved to continue recruiting, and their wage was returned, but not for Madiokolo. So my question, because there's a correlation between the staffing level and education level, even in the schools. Right now, PLE results are going to be released. It would be a great, they've been released. It will be a great miracle for Madiokolo at 33% staffing level to compete with anyone in this country. My question is, the same way we've done 1 billion to all districts, road equipment to all districts, PDM to all districts, can't Madiokolo get staffing like other districts so that we can actually compete and also give service delivery? Secondly, the 250 million which was swept back, can it be revert back to Madiokolo? And can we be allowed to start with that as government plans for us to put us at the same level as...
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Minister. Minister for Public Service.
Very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and the Prime Minister for giving me this opportunity. The ban was lifted for those who have the wage, and the recruitment is ongoing. Now we are going to take special interest in Madiokolo and make sure we help them to recruit as well if they have the wage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Sarira.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, when the Constitution was enacted, in Article 129, there was a provision to establish Qadi courts to enable the Muslim community deal with matters of divorce, inheritance, marriage, succession, and guardianship. In the legislative agenda of government since the 10th Parliament, this matter was raised, there was no commitment. And the Parliament continues to pass laws on succession. There is now a marriage bill. and Muslims are being excluded because the Constitution envisages a special law for them. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when is government coming up with the Card Courts Bill to enable Muslims address issues of personal Muslim law?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
I request my grandson, who I expected to be in Busoga, to welcome the president. He's
welcome
here.
his colleague.
His colleague. I request, Right Honorable Speaker, that he puts that in writing so that I can give him a better answer.
Thank you. Yes, I had already picked on Nangori. Okay. Honorable Christine Nachimwero.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, if you know you have programs out and you want to speak and go, please, we shall not work that way. The more I see you putting me on pressure, the more I push you at the back so that we can be together here. Yes, Honorable Christine.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, my urgent matter concerns the weather forecast. I request that at least every 3 months, the Prime Minister orders the line minister to share with us the weather forecast for the upcoming month for our people to plan well. Otherwise, rumors are starting that there are serious rains soon. People prepare to utilize the first rains. But Parliament is not aware of that, and they are at the forefront of sharing such information with their electorates. So I'm just requesting, if it is possible for you to direct our line minister to always share weather forecasts at the beginning of the 3 months. I thank you.
Thank you. Like how we ask you for business for the week, succeeding week, we are about to ask you weather forecast for the succeeding month.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, this is a very good question, and I would request my sister to give me this question in writing so that I can come here with all the information that is required. Secondly, so that our public can also benefit from this question. I beg.
But Right Honorable Prime Minister, what I pick from Honorable Christian is keep updating us like monthly, because even if you give us for now, okay, so you tell the ministry, we can always give them space to always give us an update in terms of weather forecast, especially when we have a planting season. Yeah.
No problem, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Honorable Pio Samuel, Honorable Abudara Chiwanuka, Honorable Isingoma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to thank government for commencing the construction of Akibwa Stadium to host AFCON. It came as a Christmas gift to the people of Lango. However, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, the hosting of AFCON by Akibwa Stadium is also premised on upgrade of Gulu Airfield to an airport and construction of the Konayer-Konabohe Ichemebobi Road, which is the shortest route connecting Gulu City to Lira City. However, we have just 2.5 years and these processes have not begun. So I just wanted to know, when is that upgrade of Gulu Airfield to an airport and construction of Konayer-Konabohe Ichemebobi Road going to start? Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Honorable Minister.
Okay, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is true that is the same project, but our road and airfield is being led by the supervisory consultant, and we believe in 3 weeks from now we shall have finalized the issues we have with him. Then the contractor can go on site. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Abdullah Chwanuka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the district called Mukono, where I come from, there is a gazetted land for forests. This land has seriously been encroached on under the protection of armed officials. I want to ask the Prime Minister whether government has given up on this land so that we can also encourage our people to come and settle on this land. It has severally appeared in the press. Several petitions have been made. People have created private freehold titles. Government is only protecting some special people with guns. Our people are landless. Should we encourage our people to also come and settle on this land under the Namioya Forest Reserve?
Right, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I will interact with my brother. Please don't mobilize people to go and take over the forest reserve. We have been cancelling titles. We continue to cancel titles in our forest reserves. Whenever you see a freehold title in Uganda, you know that is fake. Either that is government land that was titled, or whenever you see, if it's not a Milo title in Uganda here, just be skeptical. Recently, they wanted to sell us our government land here for KCCA dumping site. When I saw that this was a freehold title, I told KCCA to go slow, because we know these freehold titles are always titled on our government land or forests. So eventually they discovered that this was a forest. And so I request that you give me more details. We shall handle. We are here to do that.
Thank you. Dr. Singoma.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Hoima City, which I represent in this House, is grappling with a very big problem of lack of road equipment. And Right Honorable Speaker, this problem has been ongoing for the last 4 years. We have been singing about this problem. I think I've shared with my brother, Honorable Musasizi. Even my younger brother there, the Minister of State, I've shared. Actually, when this list came of supplementary, I was expecting to be surprised with a provision for procurement of a road equipment for Hoima City. Right Honorable Speaker and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to know today from the powers that be, is there any intention of procuring road equipment for the cities, Right Honorable Speaker, for the 10 cities, you know, because the problem is not only for Hoima. It's
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, you are aware that last year we provided new equipments to the new districts. All the new districts now have new equipment. Next is the cities. All the cities, currently I know there are procurement processes ongoing between the government of Uganda and Japan directly. Be patient and vote wisely.
Thank you. Honorable
NRM.
Honorable Sime Julius, Honorable Cheranga Simon, Honorable Acrobat Chiza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, in Rwampara district, we have been faced with a strange disease that is affecting our banana plantations, and it has affected their quality in taste and even in appearance. They appear a little rusty and brown. And this has affected the price of these bananas and the livelihood of our people. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we request that you send a team to ascertain what disease this is
but also provide a long-term solution, because this is the second month it is happening. I thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, we have production officers across the country in all districts, and I believe Rwampara has one. So I am of the view that we get a report from those technical people from Rwampara, then I direct the Ministry of Agriculture to handle this quickly.
Thank you, Honourable Solomon Cherangat.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Kapchorwa-Swam Road is towards this tail end, and that works is supposed to end by June of this year. However, Right Honourable Speaker, before the mainstreaming of UNRWA to the main ministry, there were some activities that were supposed to be done. For example, construction of the main market at the border of Swam. Secondly, compensation of these people who were affected by the project during the construction works. And also, there are some local suppliers who supplied some building materials to the contractor, but they have not been paid to date. Now, our fear, Right Honourable Speaker, is when this project now is concluded, what happens with the
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I want to assure Ugandans that the transition from UNRWA to Ministry of Works, during this process, nobody will lose in any way. The other day, I got people from Mubende who were like, some of their land titles are still with UNRWA. We have put a process, a clear process, that the Ministry of Works will handle as, because that's why we have some staff of UNRWA who are currently now under the Ministry of Works. And the people of Swam will also be handled in the same way. Can I request the Minister, if there is anything you can add on my submission?
Thank you. Honourable Chiza Acrobat, Honourable Nebanda, Honourable Major Retired Okuro Anthony.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2017 and 2020, government grant-aided Sonko Secondary School and Bukonzo Seed in Bundibujo. But to our dismay, Mr. Speaker, to date, these two government-aided schools have never been considered for construction. They are operating under dilapidated wooden structures. My prayer, Mr. Speaker, I want to request.
Thank you. No, it's noted from your submission. Right
Thank
Honourable
you.
Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the member from Bundibujo is a very close friend of mine. He's one of those who have never spent a week without stepping in my office. Let us handle this at that level.
Thank you.
Involve the Minister of Education. We shall handle that. We have handled so many things.
Thank you. Honourable Nebanda, Honourable Dr. Anthony Okolo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, it's the time of the year and schools are resuming very soon. And I understand the PLLE results are already out. There's a grooming concern of the fee structure, and government has not clearly come out to state clearly on how to handle the matter. And this is causing mayhem amongst us, and I believe all of us are parents and we've been victims at some point. In secondary schools, both government and private schools, they've been laying or presenting their own different prices for school fees. Can government come out to at least maybe create a fee structure, because it's creating a big concern, and those who are able, who have good results and can't afford to join school. Can government come out clearly on that matter, please?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. School fees policy. Last time we were told you had government had drafted one. No, but it stopped.
This is a tough one, eh? Because government repolarized. Now, I request the member to put this in writing.
Thank you.
So that next week I can give the country a better answer.
Thank you. Honourable Dr. Okuro Anthony.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm up to report again problem of death in my constituency. I reported this last year, and it has blown out of proportion now with the cholera outbreak, now 2 weeks in Agoro sub-county in my constituency. And we know the problem is poverty. The president initiated a dam in Agoro, but it is non-functioning. And my prayer is that 2 more dams be initiated to help the community in Agoro sub-county, in Paloga, in Potika, and in Lokung East. The reason for cholera outbreak is just that there is poverty, there is ignorance, and there is, of course, disease.
Question, Honourable.
Prayers is that...
Right Honourable Prime Minister, the dams need to be constructed. That's what Honourable Anthony. Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, cholera is an urgent disease that needs to be tackled. A dam may take a lot of time to be constructed. What I think is we can do is the department in the district and the Ministry of Health will go so that we can save lives first, then construct the dams later.
Thank you. Honourable Zama Siraj, Honourable Kujizwe Ronald, Honourable Chemutai Phyllis.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the government of Uganda received a grant from Japan to construct and tarmac a road from Yumbe Town Council up to a river called Ore. It has now taken 2 years. This project has stalled. I wanted to know from the Prime Minister what is happening. Why is the road not taking place?
Right Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We are aware of the matters, the ministry, and there are some obligations we must meet as government in order to get the grant. We are discussing this matter with the Ministry of Finance, and they are promising us to sort this one out. Once it is finished, we shall be able to receive that grant and utilize it.
And expedite. Honourable Kujizwe Ronald.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. To the Prime Minister, my issue is about the establishment of Nyoro University. This has been here for some good time, and we were promised that come the next academic year, it will be operational. To my dismay, looking at the budget estimates for the coming financial year, it is under the unfunded priorities. My prayer, Right Honourable Prime Minister, is that at least government should really get for us money as Bunyoro University, bearing in mind that Bunyoro is the only sub-region that doesn't have a university.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank my brother, Honorable Akugizibwe Harid. We have our Runyoro name. It's called Akasojo Kato. That Akasojo Kato Kachumita. Meaning he's very sharp and bright. Right Honorable Speaker, Bunyoro University was provided for in this current budget. The National Council of Higher Education has provided us with a report. We were supposed to ground break the construction in November last year, but we had the issues of land. He's aware. We have, together with the Ministry of Education, drawn a roadmap so that we can use Army Brigade to construct the university. Currently, the President is in touch with somebody who claims to own government land. And very soon, this issue will be put to rest and the construction will start thereafter.
Thank you.
As for next financial year's budget, I am being sincere to you, we shall prevail over and the money will again be provided.
Right Honourable, since we consider the Busoga and the Bunyoro at the same time, you can also give an update on Busoga.
Right Honourable Speaker, Busoga University had managerial issues when they handed over that university to government, which have since been sorted, and they have a budget of 10 billion, which will be implemented. We are implementing Busoga and Bunyoro at the same time.
Thank you. Honourable Chemtai Fides.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to report to this August House that on the 3rd of this month, Kapchora Municipal Market was gutted by fire, and a lot of destruction was made on property and goods of the vendors and even on the infrastructure. It is estimated that the losses can cost like around 2 billion shillings. The market vendors are now in a dilemma, confused on what to do because they are not eating. There's no food because their main income was coming from this business. They are lacking where to sleep because some of them are being evicted from the houses. So the prayers are...
Honourable colleagues, I just need a question. Very sharp. No wrong story. Honourable Chemtai. Yes, what do you want government to do in form of a question?
The question is, these people need to be compensated. They need to be given relief food. They need a modern market to be constructed. And they need also the government entities to go to the ground and assess the lost property. Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, when are you doing all this?
That Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I've been to Kapchora Market myself. Of course, they got a problem when their market was burnt. I request the member to get in touch with the Ministry of Local Government so that we can budget for that market. We also have a project that is almost ended of the one that is with the Ministry of Lands. I'm also going to make sure that I join the minister as an advocate so that that market is reconstructed. As for food, as for relief, that one is under my docket. We shall see that those people are supported with relief food. As for compensation, I think I need something written so that we can handle that.
Thank you, Right Honour. We are concluding with Honourable Sechanzi, Honourable Chirumira, Honourable Moloni, Honourable Karwanga, and Honourable Serubura. Yes, I've already. No, Honourable Katawazi, you spoke. I can't give you twice, you know.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, you called out to say Nyanzi, and I'm Nyanzi, so I got confused.
Sorry.
But I thank you for the opportunity. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Oh, I noted the question from, he came to office, Honourable Herbert Kashonji. Yes, he came to office for his question.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, the Monitor newspaper of November 13, 2024, the front page, analyzed the problem of school dropouts, indicating 1.8 million learners enrolled in primary 1 in 2012. That same cohort was followed up to senior 6, 2024. Only 140,000 were able to register for senior 4. Now, these dropouts ideally should be skilled if we are to address the problem of unemployment. If the policy of government is to have a TVET per constituency, Chankwanzi district, 2 constituencies, no TVET institution, and we have a number of unemployed youth. What is the plan of government to help us with this problem?
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, that's why people vote Museveni. He has been, yes, he has constructed skilling centers. You are aware, you are also happy. Internally, you are happy. Honourable Speaker, the President has come up with skilling centers across the country so that we can absorb our children who drop out of school. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, this must be supported. Then secondly, Right Honourable Speaker, we also need to come up as leaders and see how best we can prevail over the situation. This is not a good situation. Because government has been able to provide UPE, USE, but our children continue to drop out of school because of illegal fees in our schools. So the leaders present here, together with the local leaders, the school administrators, should stop illegal charges in our government-aided schools. The dropout rate will definitely reduce. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honourable Chirumira.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2022, we had land grabbers in some parish. And we worked with the Line Ministry together with the RDC. A directive was passed that no further arrests are supposed to be done on that particular land. But last week, Right Honourable Speaker, the councillor of Unsamvu, Maega, was arrested by one Tabora on grounds that he got in touch with the IGP. The IGP ordered the DPC of Luero, and as we speak now, the councillor of Nsamvu is under arrest on grounds that he participated in chasing away land grabbers in some parish. So my question to the Prime Minister is whether the directive of the ministry and the RDC in charge of Luero district doesn't hold any water with regards to the action of the IGP. Thank you.
Right Honourable.
Right Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, there are legal provisions of how one can seek redress so that action is taken. The President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, issued a directive that people should not be evicted from their land. And this stands. And so I will prevail over. You come to my office, we prevail over and make sure that this councillor is assisted. But also, in Luwero, is that Luwero? In Luwero, we have been helping communities, especially those who face this. And this problem is happening in most parts of the country, but more especially in areas around Uganda. So we are also investigating circumstances under and why. So we request that the councillor should always report instead of handling this himself. That will help him. Because otherwise, taking the law in his hands is also illegal. Way forward, I am going to get in touch with him.
Honorable Moroni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for standing with us during the disasters in Bulambuli and for her commitment to ensure that our people are safely and quickly resettled. We are looking forward to a quick securing of the land so that our people can be resettled. And of course, the other additional 9 bodies that were recovered, the families are also eagerly waiting for the support from His Excellency the President towards the funeral arrangements. While all this is going on, we have the challenge of new connections in the Bulambuli. Right Honorable Speaker, I raised this, but I did not get a satisfactory response. People who applied for a new connection last year, May, up to now, remain unconnected. And we are wondering, is it that Umeme does not have meters? Is it that the free connection policy is not being implemented? Is it on hold? Is it because the transition of Umeme handing over to UEDCL is imminent? The same question, but still.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, when we had a problem in Bulambuli, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Tibuhaburwa, directed that 50 billion be given to the Office of the Prime Minister to handle the relocation exercise. I want to happily report that 50 billion were given to the Office of the Prime Minister on Monday, and we have started all the processes as per the directive of the President. Then for electricity, I request the Minister to come in. We have a very good President.
Right Honorable Speaker, the World Bank facilities come with conditionalities that annoy. This project of $638 million US is one of those that was surrounded by conditionalities by the World Bank. We took time to establish the project implementation unit because we had to wait for no objection from the World Bank on the people, Ugandans, engineers qualified, whom we had put on the project implementation unit. Good news is that everything is set, and in areas where Umeme operates, Umeme was directed to begin connections. There are Umeme networks, and Umeme is doing the connections, short connections. In areas outside Umeme, we had a problem of contracting the companies, most of which government had to pay them. Government owed them money. So cabinet took time to authorize the payment to those companies until after the Auditor General audited. And everything is now set. The project implementation unit is in place. In the Umeme network, connection is done. These are short connections. I know colleagues are concerned also about the long connections that are beyond 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers going to facilities. That will require government of Uganda money. So we have to put our eyes on the budget to find out how much money we have put in the budget to facilitate these long connections. But with ESP, Honorable Irene Malone, we are connecting in the Umeme network. Actually, the meters are there for those who want meters. I know the suppliers. The meters are in the store. I will only check with the MD to find out whether they have any other problem. Otherwise, we need to fast track now that we lost time, and I understand what MPs are going through. So we are going to fast track this.
But Honorable, I have a situation in my constituency where the project you are doing, I think, is it Islamic Development Bank, whatever it is, it seems had a last mile connection in it. And it's an area of Umeme. Now, Umeme also says, no, you have given them meters too. So Umeme has refused. He's saying they are the ones to connect meters. Then your people are saying, no, the project also has meters. And we were thinking maybe we wait until when the concession of Umeme ends, we get electricity. But I request you call your engineers, you ask them about that incident, and you have it sorted. Umeme can clear, or you as a minister, you allow whoever has meters to move in quickly.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm going to follow this up. And on the good news is that we are progressing well on the natural retirement of the Umeme concession. Come 1st of April, UEDCL is going to take over. Electricity Regulatory Authority has already issued a license for UEDCL to take over Umeme's network.
My problem is oversupply. Each one says we have meters to give you, and no one wants to give the other space. Why can't they decide and take to other areas where they don't have?
Yeah. Right, Honorable, I'm going to take it up.
Kind help us.
I'm going to
Honorable Karanga, Honorable Soribura Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a direct question in line with education, and it's a bit connected to my sister from Botaleja. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we are in the period of taking back our students to school, but there's a serious outcry over investors, the so-called private investors, where the challenge is they are overtaxed with several taxes that has caused a trickle-down effect on school fees. Can we be helped as members of parliament? Because everything is like members of parliament are alpha and omega of everything. So it's becoming a burden on us. Can you, the Prime Minister, help us see how we can resolve this issue? We have the ground tax that is charged on every building, the local tax, the NSSF, the pay, property tax, operation tax, all of them are going back.
Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the taxes being referred to, some of them are taxes, others are fees. But all that is done in accordance with the law. There is nothing we are doing that has not been approved by this House. But when a member mentions NSSF is a payroll obligation, yes, but this is not a tax, it is your money. When you mention ground rent, yes, this is an obligation, but it is not a tax charged by us. This is a local government matter. Mr. Speaker, this year, the next financial year, I have said it many times in the public, we are not going to introduce new taxes in the coming financial year. Therefore, to allay your fears, those taxes which they have been paying, I want to imagine this is pay as you earn, and the income tax for those who earn a good profit. I want to imagine that it will remain the same, and you should allay their fears that government's tax environment is favorable to enable them to do business. We don't impose taxes, Mr. Speaker, to close people's businesses. Thank you.
Clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Karang, you've not been coming here to get onto a microphone without my permission. And then number two, Prime Minister's time, there is no clarification.
Honorable Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister.
Honorable colleagues, rules don't allow you to cross the floor anytime you want. You call each other as if you have a party around. I hear a member calling another, come here, and the other one is more complying. No, that's not how Parliament is run. If you want to cross the floor, you can declare your seat vacant. Tomorrow we have a by-election.
My question, Right Honorable Speaker, is to the Prime Minister, is how government assesses priorities for different regions. I come from Buyukwe district. In Greater Mukono, those are districts of Kayunga, Buvuma, Buyukwe, and Mukono. We don't have a public university. Recently, we heard about the issue of the prison being transferred from Muluzila to Buyukwe. When I talk about seed schools in Buyukwe, we only have one seed school called Isugu, out of the 15 sub-counties we have in the whole of Buyukwe district. So, Right Honorable Speaker, Right Honorable Prime Minister, our request is also to consider Buyukwe district regarding the seed schools, as other regions have also been considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, my brother. The policy of government is very clear. We don't provide universities in every district. I know there is Mukono Christian University. It's not a public university, but people can use that facility. I am being sincere to you. This government is moving steadily. You are aware that Mukono University is a public, is an NGO, or it's a private one. But Mukono is under Uganda, and Uganda has Makerere, we have Chambogo, we have Nakawa, we have so many within this region. But I know with the continuity of NRM, I believe we shall have even universities in districts.
Thank you.
And two, the seed secondary schools, the policy of government is that we have a seed secondary school or a public secondary school in every sub-county. I will provide the statistics of Mukono because I have them. and all other areas in case you need information to see how far we have gone. But with the steady progress of NRM under the wise leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, we shall handle most of these issues one by one.
Thank you.
Until all the districts are covered.
Thank you, Kashonji. We are concluding, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Ruhumba Kashwar Road, a 31-kilometer national road, passes through my constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, the road is impassable with garis and big potholes. Actually, the small cars can't go through that road. My engagement, Right Honorable Speaker, with the Unira Station Manager in Uganda and the Minister of the Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Works, have not yielded any fruit. Now, my people are engaging me that I go and lead a demonstration so that the government can only see from the demonstration. So my humble request, Right Honorable Prime Minister, can't the government immediately grade? We know we are not able to upgrade up to tarmac because the government has already told us there is no money, but at least grade through the road so that people can get where to pass. I thank you.
You know, us who come from Kigezi, sometimes when you don't want to fight, you come threatening by saying, you hold me so that I don't hit him. But so Honorable Herbert is saying, you prevent him from demonstrating.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, let me use this opportunity you have given me to direct the Ministry of Works to go and maintain that road for the good of our people.
Thank you. I'm concluding with Honorable Katabazi.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable. Mine are two. One.
No, please, one.
Okay, one. About Kamunga landing site, which is going to be upgraded into a port and with a grant from the Egyptian government. Were there, but there is no element of compensation of the people. So we find it unfair that government has not provided. I know the Egyptian government has given us the grant, but I need something from government so that these people are not just chased because they are going to be evicted without any compensation. I find.
Right Honorable. Honorable Minister for Works.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We have interacted with the Honorable colleague over this matter. Is very well aware. In Uganda, there is no one who has mandate to own a lake and the land surround its lake shores. So maybe until if you bring it to Parliament and the Parliament amends the law, we can be able to pay those people. Should we proceed and pay them? You'll blame us when we come here. So let me speak. I've not been able to get money to request for it because these people are within the required meters for someone who is supposed to be neighboring the lake. In actual senses, they are on the shores of the lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Lop.
Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister, in one of her responses, told us that this government has a habit of fulfilling its promises. And she gave us a glowing figure. I kept wondering the yardstick that she uses. But I wanted to ask based on that. There are promises that you people have made, which have turned into lies to the people of Uganda. You promised in 2015, as government, you were not in government yet, but you are now. So you should respond on their behalf. You promised free sanitary pads to all girls in this country in 2015. I don't know that it was a Chiwani meaning a lie. When are you going to fulfill that promise as government? You promised, I'm following up on the promises because you said you gave us a score, something 60 or something %. You promised an ambulance system in this country. You have not fulfilled that. When members try to ensure of that through the budget process, as government you refuse and say, we want to focus on other things. So members have to buy ambulances of their own and so on. So there's many that I could ask about, but let me ask those two for now. When are you going to deliver on the promise of free sanitary towels and the promise of an ambulance system?
Thank you. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, that is the reason why I told you 16% of our commitments are not yet fulfilled because of money. And I'm being sincere to you, with the mandate our Ugandans continue to give us as NRM, we shall fulfill all the promises, including sanitary pads. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I want to thank you, honorable colleagues. You've done a wonderful job. It is 7 p.m. Right Honorable Prime Minister, honorable Leader of Opposition, honorable colleagues. We can sit here even up to 9, but you have to consider the Prime Minister. She has answered over 30 questions, which is very impressive. And I know, Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to thank you, because if we had follow the rules the way they are, you would reach time and you say, no, this is what the rules say, I'm going away. But on Thursday, you always give us enough time. So I really want to appreciate you. Honorable colleagues, I can't pick all of you, but I hope next time I have an opportunity. House adjourned to Tuesday at 2 p.m.